I'd like to say good evening to everyone and welcome to the board meeting, March 16th, here at Dijon Middle School. And we will open up with the Pledge of Allegiance. And after the Pledge of Allegiance, we will have the land announcement. So I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now we will go to the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Moikma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the trustee Reckler for the land acknowledgement. And now we will proceed on with the meeting for this evening. I will do the welcome procedures. Now we are moving to A4, which is the welcoming procedure. Once again, welcome to tonight's meeting. We are about to go to closed session. But before we do, the board is here to receive public comment on any closed session item that is agendized. The board would then adjourn to closed session and reconvene in open session to continue with the regular agenda at 6:30 p.m. If you are attending the meeting in person here at Dijon and you wish to make a public comment now on a closed session item, you would need to submit an orange request to address the board form to indicate your desire to speak. If participating by Zoom, you will need to raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon of the Zoom app or by pressing *9. If accessing the meeting by phone, there is no yielding of time to another speaker, and there is no substitution of speaker permitted. Please finish up the orange cards, comment cards now. If you are here in the audience, and if you are in the Zoom or attending by phone, please get in line to speak by pressing your Zoom hand now. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available by Zoom, clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Please note, the order of business may change without notice. And at this time, we will have the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Christian.
Here.
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy.
Good afternoon, President.
Trustee Reckler.
Good afternoon, I'm present.
Trustee Smith-Folds.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, present.
Trustee Phillips. It's not here at the moment. We have 4 board members accounted for at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hurst. And now we are moving on to A6, the disclosure of the items to be discussed in closed session government code. Tonight, the board will consider the conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, liability claims, conference with labor negotiator, and student discipline, education code, section 35146. Do we have any public comment or any comments at this time?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. And so at this time, we will adjourn to go into closed session, and we will reconvene at 6:30 p.m. See you at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting back into order, back into session from closed session. Welcome to the March 16th, 2022 regular board meeting, otherwise Contra Costa Unified School District. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available in the Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, this matter is there anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mr. President, we have two things to report out. Regarding agenda item A, 6.2, the board voted to reject the claim presented by T. Chatino dated February the 23rd, 2022, related to alleged property damage sustained. The board members voted as follows: Gonzalez Hoy, yes. Trustee Phillips, yes. Trustee Reckler, yes. Trustee Smith Fold, abstained. President Christian, yes. Also, regarding agenda item A 6.2, the board voted to reject the claim presented on behalf of an undisclosed minor student dated 2/15/22 related to alleged personal injuries. They unanimously approved to reject the claim presented on behalf of the undisclosed student. Also, a report out, the board voted on 3 stipulated expulsions, and they voted unanimously to approve the stipulated agreements on all 3. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hurst. And just to go over some procedures, due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, the manner in which the Board of Education meetings are conducted has changed. Thank you for in advance of your understanding and cooperation. And as we experiment with new ways of conducting the people business while allowing the maximum participation and adhering to our values and safety for the community. In the agenda, We will follow, as is stated, due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Please note that the order of business may be changed without notice. For all of you who are new to the meeting, we have two people that are here. Ms. Donnie, our parliamentary person, will be assisting us in our meetings as we conduct the meetings throughout duration of our time. So tonight, speaking will be as follows. We have Trustee Phillips, you have Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy, you have Trustee Reckler, you have Trustee Smith-Fall, and then we have the student trustees, Student Trustee Leon and Student Trustee Flores. With that, now we are on to B2, report the ratification, which we already reported the closed session, so now we will go into public comment. And so we need you to raise your hands. And if you are here inside the, here at Dijon, fill out the orange cards. And then those who are on Zoom, raise those hands, and we will start from inside here at Dijon, and then we'll work our way out to the Zoom app. So I will turn it over to staff.
Our first public comment for tonight is Mark Shaw.
Dr. Hurst, on September 30th, you presented that the VAX requirement for accessing district facilities was lawful. On March 2nd, you said it was unconstitutional, AKA unlawful, to deny students in-person education based on COVID VAX status. How then are unvaxxed students to be given an in-person education? Since the mandate contains an unconstitutional provision, it is rationally pointless to leave it unchanged. Dr. Hurst, on March 2nd, you represented numerous times in the affirmative that California has a VAX mandate to be set definitively effective July 1st. However, that mandate is dependent upon full FDA approval, which has yet to occur and which you failed to mention. And unlike you, the state allows for personal belief exemptions, which you failed to mention. And later in the meeting, you said to Mr. Phillips, things changed. To me, your statements are contradictory, incomplete, misleading, and misinformation. And Dr. Hurst, you agreed that California will have a superseding mandate effective July 1st. Why then do you need a mandate at all? And on February 2nd, why did you recommend an effective date of August 16th? That recommendation is pointless if you really believe in the state's July 1st date. Regarding this district's leadership in COVID-19 vax mandates, who exactly did this district lead? 5 California districts prior to this one had adopted a vax mandate, and near 12 hours after this board passed its unlawful mandate, the governor announced the state would require COVID-19 vaccination contingent upon full FDA approval accompanied by personal belief exemptions. And Mr. Phillips, you falsely stated it is a matter of fact that the unvaxxed should be absolutely barred from an in-person education. If the state actually does have a mandate, that is misinformation, as the state allows for personal belief exemptions. And Mr. Phillips, to say that some may consider the deadline extension a victory is insulting. We do not see it as a victory, but as some relief. We are trying to protect our children as you would do in a situation you believe puts yours at risk. mRNA vaccination is novel and experimental. mRNA vax injury is real. Its risks to healthy children are greater than COVID. Where there is risk, there must be choice. And in conclusion, I do not call the adoption of an unlawful resolution leading. It continues the pattern of leadership that has brought this district to the verge of
Please
insolvency.
conclude your comment.
Start a change in that pattern by abandoning the vax mandate immediately. Thank you for this opportunity.
Our next public comment is Kimberly Chamberlain.
Good evening. Kimberly Chamberlain, IFPTE, Local 21 SSA chapter. I would like to say thank you very much for last week. You guys did a fantastic job at considering your community, your students, your staff, and the hardworking people such as yourselves included that are continuing to educate our students. I would also like to say that I hope with that in consideration, you will continue to pay attention to the jobs that we are continuing to do as we have this budget deficit continuing. Fill the jobs that need to be filled because we do have people out there that are very tired that are doing more than one job at this point in our lives. I would also like to ask to please revisit HR's head position. I'm not positive what it's called at this point in time in my career because it's had a few names lately. But I do see the people over there working tirelessly and they're doing it as a team. But I do believe that that group needs some support with leadership at the top so that not one person is always having to make a decision. They are doing a fantastic job in HR, and I would commend them for every effort they have done. Last week, there was a comment during the budget, and it was stated, if we got rid of all of central staff, what would happen? Could we make our budget? If you got rid of all of central staff, there would be nobody to set this meeting up. There would be nobody to give you your reports and your data that you're asking for, and there would be nobody to individually support each one of those secretaries, custodians, and yourselves and our community if we got rid of those staff. So please consider those words wisely. Thank you.
Our next public comment on Zoom is Tara Fay. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Tara Fay. I spoke at the last board meeting on my fears as an immunocompromised teacher and urged you to maintain the mask mandate. Clearly, my plea went unheard. Superintendent Hurst, you have failed your disabled constituents. You wait until Saturday night, less than 48 hours before you intend to rescind the mask mandate, to notify the community. The only explanation for the lack of notice is to silence your outraged constituents and give us no time to speak on the issue. Shame on you. You and the United Teachers of Richmond agreed to a health and safety MOU that clearly states all students will be required to wear medical grade or 3-ply masks, and our MOU is supposed to be in effect until the end of the school year. It also states that in the event that the CDPH and county public health regulations change, both parties shall meet and negotiate the affected provisions. The legal interpretation of this line means that any changes to the MOU must be agreed upon by both parties, hence, negotiate. You bullied our union reps into agreeing to this sham, knowing fully well that they were equal partners in negotiations and that you do not have unilateral decision-making authority. Our union reps wanted to maintain the mask mandate. You said no. They asked to maintain it at least until spring break. You said no. They asked to keep it for the unvaccinated. You said no. They asked to keep it for teachers. You said no. They asked that parents and students, our community, be surveyed before a decision was made. You said no. Despite being presented with data that shows that a supermajority of our teachers do not want the mask mandate rescinded, you were only capable of saying no. This MOU, voted on by your teachers, needs to be honored, and those seeking to undermine it must be held accountable. Because our health is not a bargaining chip. If you think it is, then you shouldn't be in education. As a close to my comment, I will not say thank you. You don't have my thanks.
Our next public comment is Salon Harrison. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. Thank y'all for being here tonight. One thing I just want y'all to remember is, and I haven't heard it brought up in a while, is the resolution that was written for the Black students, 46-19-20. I would like for you guys to revisit that and share with the community what have the board members done to support our Black students in that resolution. A lot of parents and Black educators took time to do that, and it seems like it's not mentioned in the fabric of the school district enough, and how we get presentations and how we hear information that kind of gets looked over. And then you guys need to also look at these students that this resolution was written for is your lowest performing students. And they're among them, and they're not all poor and low income. So I would like for you guys to look at that resolution and kind of give the community some insight on what you guys think about this direction and how you guys going to implement this resolution coming next school year and the rest of this school year to support our Black children. I also wanted to bring back up the period consciousness and awareness that a board member had brought before and Jamila had spoke about. I would like for you guys to support young women in our school district around that and making that a safer space and a more educated space for them. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Stella Miranda. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Good evening. Tonight, I want to share some facts with you about masking and how they negatively affect our children. Do you know the harms of masking? Research consistently shows children are impaired in recognizing emotions. The impairment is significant in younger children. Seeing the mouth is critical to language. The mouth movements are essential to learning and understanding language. The early years are critical and most important to develop language and emotional and social development. Masks hinder language and speech development, especially in students who do not speak English at home. HWO states that children under 5 should not be masked at all. Children 6 to 11 can be adversely impacted by affecting their learning and social and psychosocial development. As educators, you need to realize that these choices to continue mask mandates have long-term consequences on our children. Dr. Hurst, I understand you're feeling pressure from UTR and parents, but our focus needs to be on the safety and well-being of our children. We cannot allow our children's rights to be infringed on. We will not force our children to live in a bubble or in fear or being fear-mongered by anyone. Recently, you stated, no one should feel pressured to wear a mask or not wear a mask. This rule should apply to teachers, administrators, and students. Please remove the mask mandate across the board for all students for their health and well-being. Whether removing mask mandates now or after spring break is not really going to make a difference. Why? Because COVID will still exist after April 15th. West Contra Costa Unified School District needs to return to its focus to educating children, not enforcing illegal mandates. FYI, masks do not provide protection against airborne diseases. Thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is Viviana. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Our next public comment is David Mudio. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board members, and I will still refer to as President Smith Folds. That's something you guys still need to rectify. Watching the board function, Christian, no offense, sir, but I think being the clerk and watching the process helps you learn how it works. So Dr. Hurst and Hoy aren't, guiding you through it so much. It would be a lot smoother. So think about that. The right people should be getting the jobs, and hopefully Hoy is not getting it after this go around, because then you'd be going back to the way it should be. It should be addressed. The Parliamentarian should be bringing that up too. Masking is a choice. Vax is a choice. The science is out there, It's damaging, and people should choose what they do with their health, not school boards or teachers' unions. Voting has serious consequences. It has consequences with these people we put on the board who don't listen to us, as well as our government officials that don't listen to us. They make negotiations with teachers' unions and other entities without keeping in mind the real customer, the children. And I say customer because it's a business. You guys you run it like a bad business, but it's business, it's money with you guys. And you guys are cutting great teachers, which you shouldn't be doing. You should be getting the money from somewhere else. Again, voting has a consequence. Think about who you're voting for. A year ago, gas was great. Look at us now. And now we're wearing masks that support a lady who has more ice cream than I can afford to put gas in my car. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Carol Peters. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. I first want to say thank you to trustees 03 Christian, Demetrio Gonzalez Hoy, and Jamila Smith Folds for your courageous, unwavering support of students and school staff. You understand that schools cannot function without teachers, admins, and all support staff that help schools operate properly. I am thankful that the community will not see a repeat of teacher shortages, much like the community experienced in January with triple the classes in a library or in the gym because we didn't have enough teachers. I want to also say, thank you to those people, to those trustees. Next, I would like to caution board members that didn't follow board policy 9100 bylaws 9100. When they start to put other members on blast for not following certain board policies. If you didn't follow it before, don't point out the fact that y'all not following it now. Be consistent on which board policies you will follow. The community asks for transparency. Be transparent, but be the same all the time. You now mentioning we didn't follow 9004E. Well, you didn't follow 9100. You don't follow board policies. You don't follow board bylaws. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Lastly, I want to support all teachers who are recommending students continue to wear masks, much like most community businesses do, especially those teachers that use the district's approved PBIS strategies to encourage students to wear masks. And I hope the district publicly supports all teachers who have been impacted or shamed by this encouragement and this abrupt change to policy. We need to make sure we're still supporting teachers. There are teachers who are impacted, and it's unfortunate that the board isn't speaking up for those people and just saying we're going to contact the lawyers because the teachers are following with the district policy. This is crazy. We don't know what policies to follow and what not. I'm done.
Our next public comment is Ellen Beaulieu. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for taking this comment. I really want to start with gratitude and a statement that I think everyone wants the same things. We all want safe schools filled with happy children learning lots of things. And I want to thank Dr. Hurst and his team's leadership for providing excellent detailed budget analysis. I have no idea why it was at the end of the meeting. Board members being cavalier about the potential of county or state control are not acting with an equity mindset. Any step closer to state control is a dangerous development. Spending more time arguing with the parliamentarian than speaking to the FCMAT representative was frankly astounding. I really want to thank trustees Reckler and Phillips for their brave votes. No one wants to eliminate staff, but if what the budget analysis showed is true, which is 80 or 90% of your budget is people, and you have a $45 million budget shortfall, something has to give. Some of you need to be ready to make some very unpopular votes to preserve the health of this district and preserve our local control. That is an equity mindset. If I was a trustee, our fiscal health would be my top priority. I would demand that the budget be at the front of every agenda, not at the end of a meeting. If I was a trustee, I would be really concerned about our budget. I would really be considering money in and money out. Risks are definitely money out, but there's also a concern about money in. I heard at our presentation that we are losing money from declining enrollments and attendance. If I was a trustee, I would be really asking for attendance and enrollment data for my area. I would need that to evaluate potential impacts to my constituents. If we lose control, the state's going to get their money back some way or another. If you don't like 8 classes in a gym, then you can't be going any step closer to state control. We have to get this in order. Budget has to be at the front of every meeting. Thank you for fighting for our children, and thank you for fighting for equitable outcomes.
Our next public comment is Giorgio Cosentino. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hi, this is Giorgio Cosentino. I am a former district educator. I am a current district parent. I work in a laboratory with the COVID virus. I think about safety quite a bit, and I'm not anti-masker. No, I'm pro-mask. I guess I do fall into that category. But having said that, one thing that happened recently has caused me some concern, and it comes probably as a parent and as a former educator, where I think about all the children in our school. And yes, I mean, safety comes first, but this idea of incentives such as raffles or candy to those students who wear a mask and nothing for those who don't, I can't accept that. And I told at least one teacher, he said he had the permission of the district to do it. Well, I told him, Dr. Hurst is wrong for allowing you to do that. And so is the principal, Ryan Shaw, for allowing you to do that. Why? Because I'm thinking about those children who they're learning also, from their parents, whatever. Everyone's forming their opinions on this. What I don't want to see is a child sitting there in a classroom feeling like garbage, maybe, or alienated or humiliated as a result of this practice. So what I would encourage is instead that the district focus on education, educating the parents, educating the students, reminding everyone that there are still vulnerable populations out there, vulnerable teachers, vulnerable students, vulnerable parents. Maybe there's a parent on chemo, and we all need to do our best to help. And look at it that way instead of this practice with the kids that, again, I just don't agree with. Lastly, last thing I want to say is you had a couple more students show up to campus with guns recently. As a former educator and current parent, I want the SROs brought back to the campus.
Our next public comment is David Bioliu. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I wanted to start off by thanking Dr. Hurst and his staff for all the hard work this year to get our kids back in school and keeping the schools open through some very challenging times. I also wanted to thank all the teachers and staff who have once again gone above and beyond. We always ask too much of our teachers and staff, and we don't afford them the respect and gratitude they deserve. But I primarily wanted to address the board regarding the meeting last week. Making sure the district's finances are in order is one of the key functions of the board, and this board as a whole has failed the community in this area. I want to implore the board to make this issue the first topic at every meeting until you can reach a consensus on the financial state of the district and identify a path to sustainability. The deficits that are being projected are going to require some very difficult choices, and you have to be willing to make those choices. Nobody in our district wants to lose any of our hardworking teachers and staff. Nobody wants to cut any of the programs that the community always advocates so strongly for, but at some point, something somewhere is going to have to give. I heard some comments last week that were essentially inviting the county to step in regarding the district's finances. That idea scares me. We cannot go down this path of escalating intervention that results in state control of the district. If the state bails out this district, they are going to recoup their money by cutting deeply and indiscriminately. They're not going to make cuts with an eye towards equity or fairness or need or community values. They're only going to focus on dollars. This would be an absolute disaster for every child in our district and cannot be allowed to happen. You as board members are the only ones who can make the choices, however hard they're going to be, to put us on a sustainable path in a way that does the least harm to our community. Please do your job as a board so that we can maintain local control of our district. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jean Kinster. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. I would like to thank the board trustees, Christian, Smith Folds, and Juan Gonzalez for supporting the classified and certificated staff. I'm looking forward to support in the future with the sun-shining portions of the contract that are coming up. I'm wondering if downtown is running reports of all the students that are 30 minutes late to school, who leave 30 minutes early from school, or who are absent. I suspect that if such reports are run and they compare them to the attendance meetings held versus these students, you would see a source of funds that are going untapped. And we can stop this bleeding of our money by looking into this low-hanging fruit and addressing these issues. In addition, I believe that if WCCUSD is hiring a lobby person to speak out for our district, please talk about lobbying to make kindergarten attendance mandatory in California. Many of the other students already have kindergarten as a mandatory grade. If my memory serves me, it was said at the board meeting that kindergarten money per student each day is one of, if not the highest amount of money we receive per pupil. That means each kindergarten student that is here all day long brings in one of the highest amounts of money for our budget and for our district. In addition to that, these kindergarten kids really need to be in school so that they can start learning all these foundational skills that they need for their academic career, which would make their performance increase and be much better. And it would totally change the trajectory of their lives if they received such a wonderful education. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Laura Braziel. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Hurst, you talk about how safety for our kids is your main priority. Look around your schools. Do you feel you're doing your best and using all resources available to ensure the safety of our kids? I don't. Because while you were so laser focused on mandating a vaccine that wasn't mandated by this state or even FDA approved, your schools were going under. While you were trying to bribe kids with laptops and gift cards, your students were being served moldy food. While your teachers are publicly praising students that wear masks and rewarding them, they are in turn further encouraging the unfair treatment and bullying of students who choose not to wear a mask, as that is their option indicated by the state and county. While you were arguing over which date to enforce a mandate, kids were bringing guns on campus. While board members are throwing temper tantrums, threatening to manage other board members, students are physically assaulting each other on a daily basis. Kids are trying to cope with the past 2 years and try to coexist with each other every single day. I don't know about you, but I would rather focus on the student that's bringing a gun in their backpack than the one not wearing a mask. I would rather focus on the students who are being suspended over and over and over due to physically harming and assaulting other students. Open your eyes, get your priorities straight, and do something to keep our kids safe.
Our next public comment is Michael Hernandez. Please unmute yourself.
Hello? Okay. So, yeah, the mask doesn't really help for nobody, especially for the kids. It's caused a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, a lot of separation, a lot of kind of like more like a cult following. People get teased left and right. We all know enough studies out there that masks does cause breathing issues, oxygen to the brain. So cloth mask or surgical mask, you still got holes in the side, or N95 mask. There's enough studies out there that shows that the COVID is like less than 0.03 microns. So doctors have noticed that, and Dr. Harsh should know that as well. If he doesn't, then read some more. Other thing is too, I forgot to mention, from last year, there was a history topic called the 1619 Project. Me and my son were reading it together. He gave me his thoughts and collective ideas and thought of it logically, and showed him that several historians have debunked this. It's just more like a one-sided opinion of a person that didn't get enough love from mommy and daddy, I guess. But it's already been debunked, and surprised that's in the school. See what else. Let's see. Oh yeah, all the violence is going on with the school that the lady mentioned earlier. That's so absolutely correct, because you guys need to learn how to clean your home first before you start helping the world. If you can't get your priorities straight at home versus helping others. And prior board meetings, there was too much going on with all these members here that can't have a good collective thought together. But yeah, kids are a high priority and they're being harassed and bullied and shot or guns. But if mask is a high priority to you all, wake up.
Our next public comment is Tanya Williamsford. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, board members. I am a student at Hercules High School, and I would just like to bring this to your guys' attention. As an African-American student at Hercules High School, I do not feel like I'm being treated fairly. My BSU club, Black Student Union, has thrown a play, and we have gone through so many hurdles to get our play going. And I feel as if that the discrimination towards us is just bigger than this play. Multiple teachers, multiple times have said strange things to us. Me personally, I was talking to one of your staff members and we were talking about a rally from leadership. And she said, why do you need more than one Black history dance? It's a multicultural rally. There's more than just one Black history. I feel like a lot of teachers put us in one bubble, and I don't think that's right. I would also like to say that another staff member who has no control over the buildings at the school has prevented us from trying to continue that play. And I'd also like to say that she has personally talked bad about one of our security members to me, saying how I don't like the way he does this, and that doesn't sound right. You're supposed to be a family. Hercules Titans are supposed to be family, and it doesn't seem like us African-American students are getting the right representation. That's all.
Our next public comment is Maisha Harris Gash. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. So tonight I have a few statements of facts to share. Fact number one, when the 2018 to 2021 UTR contract was signed, which included a March 2018 5% raise, a July 2018 4.55% raise, a July 2019 3% raise, and a July 2020 2% raise, both sides knew the day they signed that agreement that budget cuts were coming, and they're going to happen somewhere down the road in order to keep the district solvent. Fact number two, Dr. Hurst nor our interim CBO were the individuals who agreed to that contract. They inherited it from other people, some who are no longer with the district. However, there are current decision makers who had some responsibility with agreeing to that 2018-2020 UTR contract. Fact number three, COVID money is one-time money and only delayed, pushed down the road, the budget cuts that were known to come way back in 2018. Fact number four, this district was experiencing declining enrollment prior to COVID. COVID only exacerbated our declining enrollment. Fact number five, the voters of this district in part voted for each trustee to keep this district solvent and not pass the budgetary responsibility to the County Office of Education, and definitely not to the state. Are you guys going to take us back to 1991 and being taken over by the district? In closing, my life matters and the lives of my students matter. And that's why we continue to wear our masks. Peace and blessings to you all.
Our next public comment is Lisa Disbro. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Hello,
Hello, give me 1 second here.
we can hear you now.
Okay, could you put my time back? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good evening, everybody. I have a lot to say tonight. I'm appreciating the numerous topics the public is covering. I just noted here in looking at the screen that Mr. Phillips, you have a very interesting mask on. Instead of having a mask that says Team WCCUSD, you have a very political Team Pelosi. And as a representative of your area and on the board that is making decisions for a community that is geographically based, not politically based, you are misrepresenting the nonpartisan aspect of public education. You are not a representative of just one point of view. You are here to represent all points of view, because as we hopefully continue to say, we're caring for the children, whether their families are of Team Pelosi or another team. We are all Californians. We are all Contra Costans. We are under the Constitution of the state of California. And I think it is disrespectful to wear that mask. Were it to say Team WCCUSD, I'd be celebrating. I'd be saying everybody should have such an emblem. But you have shown disrespect towards so many in your community. I'm just, literally, I'm shocked. I do want to point out that the Berkeley teacher, Lisa Rossi, did an excellent job in the KPIX segment on the discrimination towards unmasked students. Berkeley led the way in showing respect for all points of view. Thank you.
And our last public comment for tonight is Viviana. Please unmute yourself and state your name, last name for the record.
Viviana. Good morning, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Hurst and school board. My name is Viviana and I am 10 years old and a student in your district. I am really upset because my brother and sister do not have to wear a mask because they are older. I want you to know how hard it is breathing with a mask all day long. I choose not to be vaccinated because my body and my choice. I feel like we are being mistreated because we are younger and that is not fair. Can you please lift the mask mandate and let us breathe fresh air inside the class and outside? Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right. I want to thank everyone who participated in public comment this evening. Thank you for being participants. And now we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. And we will go to B4, agenda review and adoption. Dr. Hurst, approximately what time do you think we need? And then as far as the changes, I see that we have E and F. Are there any other changes?
Yes, sir. As far as pulling items, under C4, contracts, there's a school services contract we would like to bring back at the next board meeting. And again, that's one contract under C4, and that's school services. So we'd like to pull that. We also have E2 under action items that we would like to pull and bring that back for the next scheduled board meeting. And we also have an item we would like to consider adding. And we do have Attorney Mayola to speak to that item. and then the board would need to make a motion.
Yes, Dr. Hurst. Good evening, board members. If I could take a moment of your time. The district and board president and superintendent received a letter from the Contra Costa County Office of Education that is dated March 15th, 2022. This letter was received by the district after the agenda was posted, because the agenda under the Brown Act needs to be posted 72 hours in advance. This letter specifies some actions that the county superintendent is indicating that will be taken. And on page 6 of this letter, it also talks about an opportunity within a very short period of time for the district to consider an appeal. The district needs to make that decision within 5 days of making of the determination. And so, under the Brown Act, there is a provision that allows the governing board to add an item on the agenda after it has been posted under 3 conditions. The first condition is that the item needs to have arisen after the agenda was posted, which is the case here. The second condition is that the item needs to be addressed prior to your next governing board meeting, which is also addressed. And then the third condition is that if the board wishes to add this item on the agenda, a supermajority, that is 4 board members, need to approve that motion to add that item onto the agenda. So to summarize, there is a letter that was received by the district yesterday regarding actions that the county superintendent intends to take with regard to the district's fiscal position. The board, if the board is going to appeal, the board would need to make that decision within 5 days of the receipt of the letter. So those 2 conditions allow the board to add an item on this agenda if board members want to add this item. To add the item itself onto the agenda, it's my recommendation that you would add a closed session agenda item at the end of your open session tonight. And that closed session would be under conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9C. And I can provide that information in written form so that the details can be taken down. But at this point, I think the board needs to decide whether to add that item on the agenda, which requires a motion, a second, and 4 board members in support of adding that particular item. I'm also available if there's any questions that you have about this process.
President Christian.
Go ahead.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Ms. Catherine, you said that your suggestion would be to add this to closed session at the end of tonight's agenda, not for open session, but closed session?
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so I need a motion to move this. Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian.
Point of order.
Oh.
May I ask a question, please?
Yeah, you have to do. Yes, yes.
If the attorney might please repeat again why this is a closed session item?
That's a really good question. And it's something that, well, closed session, the purpose of closed session is so that the board can receive confidential information. And in this particular instance, the conference with, it would be under conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, because the decision that the board needs to make is whether or not to appeal the superintendent, the county superintendent's position with regard to this letter. And the purpose of closed session is to allow the board, if you decide to add this item, is to allow the board to receive information from your attorney so that you can discuss confidentially whether or not it is in the best interest of the district to take that action. And so that is why it's not a public item, it's a closed session item to receive information as to whether or not taking this action that is appealing would be beneficial to the district.
Thank you.
President Christian, I move to add discussion and possible action on the letter from the county as item E1 in closed session.
Okay, and it's been moved. And we need a second. Trustee Reckler.
I'd like to put another motion on the floor.
President Christian, I think my motion needs to be seconded first.
Yeah.
I'll second. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy.
All right, and we recognize Trustee Reckler.
So if this is permissible, the attorney may have to weigh in. I'd just like to add the item so that it be accepted by the board as an action item.
The motion is for action item.
Sorry to jump in. This is Attorney Miola again. I had heard the motion to be to add the item into closed session. So you don't actually list closed session items typically as an action item or discussion item because if you do take action, then you report out following closed session.
If I may clarify again with the attorney, and I don't want to take too much time, I just want the item on the agenda so that we accept it here in open session.
And from my point of view, from the attorney's point of view, there is no problem with adding the item in open session, maybe for discussion as to the item itself, but then as to the action that the board needs to decide whether to take, that would be in closed session. So there's no problem from on the legal perspective from that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Trustee Phillips. Go ahead.
I move that the letter is added to the agenda for action in open session, meaning discussion and vote and any advice in open session.
Do we have a second?
Reckler will second.
So that
President Christian,
Yes, go ahead.
would this be the time to make a comment or no?
no,
No,
not yet. So this is a substitute motion.
this is the substitute motion.
It's going to replace the first motion.
It's going to replace the first motion.
And now, yes,
All right, so we go to comments.
we go to comments, and then remember, we need
And then
a
we gotta vote.
2/3 vote, meaning we need at least four, we need 4 out of 5.
Okay, so we'll start, student trustees. Oh, are they live? Okay.
Does anyone wish to make a comment?
Anyone wish to make a comment?
Point of order, President Christian. Could we just have would you mind repeating the motion? We had a hard time hearing it on this side. The second motion.
So the second motion is to add the item under action item in open session. So there won't be any closed session.
Okay. Comment from trustee Phillips.
I would like us to take this up in open session because I believe that the board, under its current fiscal condition, should be as transparent with the public as possible. The letter has already been made public, and there is no reason, in my opinion, that our discussions and our deliberations cannot be public as well. In addition, there is no reason, in my opinion, that an attorney cannot give us her opinion regarding whether or not we should appeal the decision of the County Office of Education in public session. And I also think that there are some very serious reasons that we should not appeal. And I would like an opportunity to share those opinions with the public instead of doing it behind closed doors where they are locked out.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Gonzalez-Torres.
Thank you, President Christian. I had a question on the motion. It can be towards the parliamentarian or Ms. Miola. Are we able to take action on this item in open session? I
Yes.
got confused. Sorry. We
Yes.
can.
Yeah, right. By suggesting that the matter be placed in open session, you are essentially waiving the attorney-client privilege for whatever information is provided to you by a lawyer, whether it be myself or any other lawyer. When you have something in open session, then you're essentially waiving attorney-client privilege. But yes, it can be done.
Thank you.
Trustee Smith-Fall.
Thank you so much, President Christian. I do believe we need to hear from the public. That's why we should either talk about it in closed session and bring it back so we can have a conversation, or at least give the public an idea that we're going to talk about this. It was made public on Facebook, but that's not a public discussion. That's not a public forum to where we can have an actual listening session with our community. So if we want to talk about this, I think we should, but we should do it in a timely manner where the public gets an opportunity to show up. This is one of the lowest attending meetings that we've had. Why not talk about this when we can give the public a chance to actually participate and have their views known through public comment? We have 154 people here. We were upward over 300 last week when we talked about this. This is a blindsiding of sort to not give the public a chance to actually log on and have a conversation about it. And it looks like it's already been discussed. And plus, once again, we're paying someone that we're not taking their opinion. The lawyer, the whole lawyer that we pay said, do it in closed session. And then there may be some other options, but the lawyer that we pay with the community's money, we are deciding not to listen to because it doesn't fit our agenda. We have to figure out who we are. Y'all are acting rich, broke. You're rich, but then you're broke. You're acting like you can hear, then you can't. Because you can hear when somebody says something you want to hear, but when somebody says something different that goes against whatever you plan, now you act like you can't hear them. The lawyer, which we pay, said do it in closed session. I would like to do it to where we can give the public and the community a chance to actually participate. You have 5 days from the 15th. My math is right. That means the 20th. We have an opportunity in our bylaws to where there could be a special meeting called. It could be an emergency meeting called. All of these things to give the community an opportunity to actually participate in the process. Doing it right now, adding it to the agenda right now is only serving certain purposes. And we're still taking more time trying to figure it out instead of having the conversation about the rest of the agenda, the action items and the discussion items agreed upon. And then we're going to be like, we can't extend the meeting because 10 o'clock comes, 10:30 comes, everybody got to go home. So I believe that this is not done in transparency at all, at all. I would urge everybody, don't vote for this. Make them do it the right way. Make them acknowledge the public and value the public and put a notice out so the public can come and actually have a conversation. And if you don't agree with that part, here's an idea. Listen to the people we pay. That's what everybody likes to say, is listen to the people we pay. So listen to the lawyer that gets a check from the community. That's it. Thank you, President Christian.
Trustee Reckler?
I agree that this should be discussed in open session with the attorney present. I'm okay with waiving my client rights on this. I mean, we just got beat up because the community thinks that we're being secretive and we haven't listened and that they don't know what's going on. And while I don't think the timing is great, you know what? We got it. We need to acknowledge it right now in public and make a decision in public. There's no more closed door stuff on this. People are upset and we've taken a step backwards in the fiscal health of our district. And is it noticed properly? No, but we got a letter. It's already out there in the press and we better address it now. So if we at least address it in open session and accept it in open session, there's no hiding. At least 100% of the board is aware that we've received it, and then we can do with it what we wish after that. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify, just in case there's a misunderstanding. We just got this information today. So I know there was a comment about noticing. I'm not sure if that was for the district, but we just received this information today and the attorney just contacted us right before the meeting. So that's why we're having this conversation right now. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Dr. Hurst, my comment was about noticing the public, not noticing us. You just got it today. The lawyer said you have 5 days from now. My comment was intended to, if we're going to talk about this, give the public time to understand that this is what we're going to talk about by putting it on the agenda and having them able to log in, Zoom in, or to show up at Dejan.
Now we will go to the vote. No more comments at this time. And so we'll start off with our student trustees.
Wei Young abstain.
Flores, trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
all right. Go to trustee Phillips,
Aye.
trustee clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
trustee Reckler,
Please repeat the motion.
This is a motion to add this item under the action items. It would be E1 in the public. There's no closed session.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, trustee Smith Folds,
Thank you. Smith Folds, no.
okay. And Christian, yes. It passes. The motion passes. It'll be added to the agenda as E1.
President Christian, I'll move that we approve the agenda as this.
President Christian.
I apologize. Sorry, I gotta edit that. Approve the agenda with the contract Dr. Hurst mentioned pulled and E2 being pulled. Sorry about that.
President Christian, point of order.
What's your point of order?
I would like to pull C4.
C4. Okay,
Could you clarify, please? Are you asking to pull all of the contracts or a specific contract?
All the contracts.
Great, thank you. And we do not. If you could hold that until we get to the consent items. In other words, we wouldn't make that motion now. When we get to when the president announces that we're at the consent items, when we get to item C, then all you have to do is say you're pulling it.
Thank you so much. I jumped ahead on that. Thank you.
No problem.
all right. And I thought I saw trustee Reckler here.
I would like to ensure that we redo the action items so that the second interim and this letter are the first things on the agenda.
Could you clarify that? You would like to move then the item that we just added as E1, and what was the other item?
Well, I'm not sure about the item number for the item that we just added because we already have an E1, which is to approve the second interim for the 2021-22 school year. So I'm assuming that the letter gets a different letter, the letter from the county.
Letter from the county has become E1, and then so E1 is now E2. E2 no longer exists, so E3.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, so then I would like to prioritize and pull E1 and E2 to be the first things on the agenda.
And by first things on the agenda, do you mean before item C? So after we adopt the agenda and after we approve the minutes?
That is correct. We've heard from the public that they want the budget up front and center in the conversations, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Thank you. So the motion is to move E1 and E2, the county report and the approval of the second interim for the 2021-2022 school year after item B5.
May I add a friendly amendment?
Yes, you can.
Trustee Reckler, would you be willing to add to your motion that we move G, comments from the board, where we can only hear from the student trustees, to ensure that we hear from the student trustees? Would you add to your motion to move that up to after D, the superintendent's communication? And this is only comments from the student trustees to ensure that they get to be heard.
We would need that as a separate motion.
That would be a separate motion. Okay, I will make that second motion when the time permits.
Yep, if you just hold that one for just a moment. So do we have a second for?
I second what trustee Reckler just moved.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was second by trustee Phillips.
Yep.
And it was moved by trustee Reckler and seconded by trustee Phillips. Any comments? All right, we go to the vote.
I'm sorry, I have a comment, President Christian.
Go ahead.
Would it be any way to add public comment in this part, parliamentarian, or no? The part to where trustee Reckler just moved these items up. Is there a way that we can add a second public comment, or no?
Item E. Item
Item E1, after the letter, is there a way of adding public comment after that letter?
Yes. Okay. Yes, you can make a motion to include an additional public comment. And how long would you like that to be for?
30 minutes, please.
Up to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Would that be a motion that I would make now?
correct?
I would like to motion that we add an additional 30 minutes after the letter from the county is discussed. An additional 30 minutes of public comment. I urge one of my colleagues to second.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
I'll second President Christian.
All right, it was second by Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy.
So let's vote on the amendment first, if there are no comments on the amendment.
Trustee Phillips,
The letter that we received from the county specifically dinged us for not paying adequate attention to the budget information. My suggestion is if anyone wants to move to add additional public comment, that they do it after we have already addressed our business regarding the budget. So we do not put ourselves right back in the same situation that we have been dinged by the county and FIGMAT for doing.
So is that a motion to move the public comment to not after the county report, but to after the second interim for the 2021-2022 school year report?
No, ma'am. In my opinion, we already had public comment, but if somebody else wants to do it, they should do it after we have taken care of our business, like the county told us.
So we are still at the amendment. If there's no comments, then Chair, you should call for the vote.
okay, so we will go to the vote.
Leon abstain.
Trustee Leon,
Leon abstain.
Trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
Trustee Phillips,
Can you repeat the motion just so everybody's clear and I'm clear? Because motions are flying.
The motion on the table is to add 30-minute public comment after the letter from the county is discussed.
No.
Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, no.
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and then it comes to me and no.
So the amendment fails. The amendment fails.
The amendment fails.
So now we are back to the motion to add after B5, the county report and the second interim for the 2021-2022 year school year. Is there any more discussion on that item?
Are there any more discussion on that particular item?
Let's vote.
All right. We go to the vote. Student trustee Leon,
Leon abstain.
trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
okay, and we go to trustee Philip.
For clarification, this is trustee Reckler's motion.
Yes, yes.
Phillips, aye.
Trustee,
Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
all right. Trustee Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith Folds abstains.
And I am a yes.
Yes. You're yes. So that motion passes. And the items will be moved.
The item passed, and we will move to the next.
Actually, we are still on the approval of the agenda.
And we're still on the approval of the agenda.
We need a
May I
motion.
make the motion?
This can be, you had an additional motion, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead, trustee Smith-Fall.
I would like to make a motion to move G, comments from the Board of Education with a focus on the 2 student trustees until right after item D, the superintendent communication. I would like to hear from the student trustees. So I would like to move G, comments from the Board of Education.
I'm sorry, could you clarify? I wasn't quite sure, and I think it's just the volume here. Are you moving the entirety of item G to after item D, or only the student trustee comments to after item D?
I think it's more palatable for my colleagues if we just hear from the students. So I would like to move to see if they can just vote to hear from the students. And if that passes, Madam Parliamentarian, maybe I'll try for the entire board comments. But to answer your question, I'm just trying to get the students' comments in.
So is there a second?
All right, is there a second?
DeYoung seconds.
Any comments?
Comments?
I have a comment, President Christian.
Yes, go ahead.
I would urge my colleagues to please vote yes. We need to be able to hear from the students. They take the time to write out their comments, or they're thoughtful about their comments, and they need to be heard. They represent an entire community that we are here to serve, which are the students. I think that by not having board comments over the last couple of weeks, you are silencing everybody, but more importantly, you're silencing the student trustees. They deserve the chance to speak to the community and to speak to the board. I urge you to vote yes so we can hear from the student trustees. That's it.
All right. So
Any more
now we will
comments?
go to the vote. And we'll start off with trustee Leon,
DeYoung, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
and we go to trustee Phillips,
Phillips, aye.
and we go to trustee Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, yes.
and we go to trustee Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and Christian is yes. And the motion passes unanimously, and
So now we are back to the adoption of the agenda. If there
No.
are no more changes.
we're back to the adoption of the agenda, and we will vote for the agenda
As amended.
as amended. The agenda,
No more comments?
any more comments? If not, we'll go to the vote. And we will start with student trustee Leon,
DeYoung, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
trustee Phillips.
Aye.
All right, and we go to trustee Clerk Gonzalez,
Thank you. Gonzalez, yes.
and we go to trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
and we go to trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and myself is a yes. And the motion carries. And the adoption of the agenda. And now we'll go to B5. The approval of the minutes of November 2021, November the 4th. And need a motion to approve these minutes. Clerk?
Point of order.
So-
there. I do have a correction.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, there is one name that's spelled incorrectly, and that is, it's written as Datton, D-A-T-T-O-N. It's actually Dalton, D-A-L-T-O-N, and I'll email that in after approval. I'm sorry.
That is a grammatical or a typing error, so we don't need a separate motion for it. And thank you to Trustee Weckler for emailing that in, and so that'll be automatically fixed.
Okay. All right, so we go back to the clerk.
Thank you, President Christian. I move that we approve the minutes from the November 4th, 2021 meeting.
All right, is a second?
I'll second them.
All right, it's seconded by Trustee Reckler. And now we'll go to the vote. Starting with Student Trustee Leon,
Leon abstain.
Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, Trustee Phillips,
Aye.
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Trustee Rector,
Reckler, yes.
and Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and myself is a yes. And the motion passes. And the minutes are adopted.
So, Mr. President, now we would move to item E1 that was added, the county report.
So E1. What E1?
This is the item to discuss and take possible action on the report from the county.
Okay, so we go to E1. And we're Dr. Hurst.
I was just going to ask Attorney Miola if you had anything else to add or for this item. And if not, we could turn it back over to the board for discussions, questions, and comments.
The only thing I would add is that the portion with regard to the district's right to appeals on page 6, and it indicates that you have 5 days to appeal, and then the superintendent of public instruction shall have shall sustain or deny the appeal within 10 days. And then prior to that, above on page 6 are the 4 things that the county superintendent has indicated will be implemented. So it's 2, 3, 4, and 5 as outlined directly above on page 6. Other than that, I'm available for any questions that the board might have.
Are there any questions? Trustee Reckler?
So I don't know if this is for the attorney or for our board members. What is the benefit to appealing?
So this is Attorney Miola again. I don't know that there is a benefit to appealing, and this is my statement to the district, is that your second interim does seem to be consistent with the county superintendent's indication that the district will run out of cash in the school year 2023-2024. Your second interim that is now, I think, at E2 indicates the same, that you will run out of cash as of October of 2023. Because the next school year is actually the 22-23 school year, I can assume that someone might say, well, this is kind of premature because the action, we're not going to run out of cash until the school year 23-24, not, the ensuing school year. However, I don't think that's a strong basis on which to appeal, and I don't believe that there's any inconsistent information that I'm aware of that would allow the district a basis for appeal. However, it is the board's decision to take that action if the board wishes to do so.
Trustee Reckler?
So if the board decides to appeal and it goes to the county, might somebody please describe the process that would happen if it is appealed and the process if it is not appealed?
The appeal would actually not go to the county. The appeal would go to the state superintendent of instruction, of public instruction, who would make a decision within 10 days. And so presumably, if you wanted to appeal, you would place the grounds under which you're bringing this appeal in a document that is sent to the state superintendent of public instruction. And if he were to grant the appeal, then I would assume that he would have direction to the county superintendent about what oversight to provide or what actions to take that are different than what's in this letter. If he were to deny the appeal, then the county superintendent would move forward with the indication that he or she is implementing the actions 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's on page 6.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything further.
Okay.
Is there a motion on this item?
It's a motion. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, do we have to make a motion to accept the letter? Or just not making a motion? I mean, we have the letter anyways, right? So it doesn't require a motion. Okay, then
Correct.
thank
It
you.
does not require a motion to accept.
I'm sorry.
And if you
Can you
chose,
repeat that, Ms. Miola? I apologize. I was talking by accident when you started, so I apologize.
oh, no worries. It's hard to do this on Zoom, right? In terms of not being able to see people directly. But no, there's no obligation on the district to accept the letter per se. And if you chose, you could choose not to do anything, or you could choose to move to appeal, or you could choose to move to not appeal. Either one of those 3 options are available to you.
Thank you. President Christian, I don't have a motion.
Trustee Phillips?
This is a question. Is it appropriate to make comments, or is that something that I should say?
So under Rosenberg, first we have the clarifying questions or any technical questions. Then we would have a motion, and then we would have comments. This is a little unique just because of the adding it the way we did. So if the chairs go, in this case, the chair would decide whether or not to accept comments at this time.
Mr. Christian, may I comment?
Go ahead.
Personally, I believe that appealing this decision would give our community false hope. I believe that this board should take ownership of the problem and not continue to punt. In addition to that, I believe that there would be dire consequences to this district by appealing. If you read the letter from the county, it says, and I quote, "If the governing board of the school district appeals the determination, the county superintendent of schools may stay any action of the governing board of the school district that the county superintendent of schools determines is inconsistent with the ability of the school district to meet its financial obligations for the current or subsequent fiscal year until resolution of the appeal by the superintendent of public instruction." End quote. I interpret that to mean that if we appeal this decision, Lynn Mackey will immediately have the authority to stay any decision of this board that has to do with our finances. In other words, we will literally, by appealing, give the county the green light to take us over. That is the height of irresponsibility. I believe that what we should do as a board now is work closely with Lynn Mackey, our superintendent and our chief budget officer, not continue to be defiant and arrogant. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Anyone comment? All right,
So if there's no motion, then we move to the next item.
there's no motion. We move to the next item.
Mr. President, I don't see anyone wishing to make a motion. So we'll move to approve the second interim for the 2021-2022 school year.
The second interim. The second interim of the 2021-22 school year.
Dr. McIntyre, we're going to turn this over to you for the presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. It's a pleasure to be back. There we go. Got it. It's a pleasure to be here with you again this evening. Tonight, we're going to be covering the second interim report. Much of the data has already been discussed publicly. I've tried to present some of it in a more user-friendly way. And I want to thank, I had an opportunity to speak with one of our community members this week who made some suggestion changes to be more graphically represented. And I've tried to depict that here tonight. And I really appreciate the community input to that end. Transparency is always the end goal in this process. The second interim report represents all of the financial data for the district from the beginning of the year, July 1st through January 31st of this year. And then the remaining data for the rest of this fiscal year and the 2 subsequent fiscal years are projections. So we already talked about some of the topics that were in the presentation last week. And so what I'll do is I'll move on to the actual financial data. We're trying to show it a little more graphically here. You can see here by this chart, the unrestricted general fund, it brings in about $309.5 million. In that, we receive about 97% of those revenues through the local control funding formula. And then we receive about 3% through other state revenues and other local revenue sources. So when we look on the unrestricted general fund side of the budget on how we spend those dollars, we see that between certificated salaries, so these are anybody that has a teaching credential or a license from the state of California, we spend about 44% or $113.7 million on that group of labor. That's not including their statutory or benefit costs, that's just salary costs. If we look in the orange, we see with our classified people, so that's everybody else that doesn't hold a credential from the state of California, we see we're spending about $36.7 million. And then of course, in the gray on the top, we see employee benefits and statutory costs. Think of like the retirement plans, Social Security, workers' comp, plus health and welfare benefits. We spend another $69.3 million on both the certificated and classified groups. So the total salary and benefits from the unrestricted general fund is 85% this year. There you also see where we're spending money on books and supplies, capital outlays, services and other operating expenditures and other outgo. What's important to recognize, as I just said, we have about $309 million in revenue. We're spending about $254 on the million on the unrestricted side of the budget. So there's an excess, an operating surplus of $54.7 million, which sounds amazing, except that we're required to take money from the unrestricted general fund and cover any shortfalls to pay for routine restricted maintenance and special education. And so we'll talk about that on the next in 2 slides. But that amount that we have to transfer is $71.4 million to cover that cost. So once we pay for our legally required contribution to the restricted side of the general fund, we're actually deficit spending $16.6 million in the unrestricted general fund this year. When we look at the restricted side of the budget, it's wildly different in the way we handle revenues on the restricted side of the budget. So here you see revenues from federal revenues in the orange, local revenues in the, let's call that yellow, and then other state revenues in the gray. Those combined equal $143.9 million or $144 million. That's not enough to cover our total operation. So as I said, we have to transfer in money to cover our special ed and routine restricted maintenance. And so in this case, we have to transfer that $71.4 million. Of that, we have to transfer $59.1 million to cover special ed and $12.5 million to cover routine restricted maintenance. We are legally required to do this. And so when you add that revenue to the restricted side of the budget, you see that the total revenue is $215.4 million. Now, the balance of the revenues that you see there after special ed and routine restricted maintenance include the ESSER $3 that we'll be recognizing this year, special ed dollars that we get from both the state and federal government, as well as property tax dollars. So let's look at how we're spending those dollars. In the restricted side of the budget, for that $215 million of total available revenue, including the contribution from the unrestricted general fund, we have to cover $222 million worth of expenses. So here again, we're spending down the fund balance on the restricted side of the budget as well. We see a wholly different makeup of the way we spend money on this side of the budget for various reasons. Often because we're not always, the same labor factor doesn't apply to special education or routine restricted maintenance or property tax. And so the way we spend money is significantly different, but what we have to recognize is when we're spending money in each individual restricted program on the restricted side of the budget, we have to do it within the confines of the revenue resulting for that program. So it's important to recognize that it's not set up the same way as the unrestricted side of the general fund where we're doing our general educational services. These tend to be programmatic add-ons. So in the last three meetings, actually, we've talked about the change in the fund balance from the unaudited actuals to first interim to second interim. So here you see those same values we've talked about when we're looking at the whole general fund, both the restricted and unrestricted. Essentially across both of those funds, we're deficit spending to the tune of $24 million, which would leave us at the end of this year with an ending fund balance of $35.51 million. 23.8 of that will be in the unrestricted balances and 11.71 will be in the restricted balances. We already talked about the committed balances and the assignments at the last meeting, so I'll go through that quickly. What's really important to look at is, just given some of the recent events, I've added a couple items on here. For example, our massive structural deficit, essentially our failure to make some of the adjustments just means that our structural deficit just stands out that much more. Declining enrollment and attendance rates continue to be an issue. We are planning to spend, if you look down at the bottom, we are planning to spend down the OPEB trust funds. That's not a good thing. Those are one-time dollars. And of course, the reallocation of ESSER 3 from its original purpose of learning loss to the last possible use, which is continued operations. So not the high, what we'd call the highest and best use of those federal dollars. So with that in mind, we look at the multi-year projections, which is exactly what we talked about in the last two meetings. So we have the assumptions the multi-year projections are built off of. Nothing new in these three slides. So we looked at the unrestricted general fund multi-year projection. We talked about the fact that by 23-24 would be upside down by about $38.4 million. When we looked at both the combined general fund, the restricted programs would actually have some cash, so we'd be upside down by 25.6 million, but the unrestricted side would still be upside down, hence prompting the negative budget certification. In fact, what gives us the negative budget certification is the reality that we're projected to run out of cash in October of 2023. When we run out of cash, we can't make payroll. The state comes in and takes us over. So the goal is to stave that off at all costs. And that's why we're taking such drastic measures with OPEB and the ESSER funds. One of the other things we need to do is really have an honest conversation about what we look like structurally. And this is probably the hardest slide to look at in the entire deck. What this is our financial situation. If we remove all one-time revenues and one-time expenditures this year and in the projection period. So we strip out one-time revenues, one-time expenses. We strip out things like using OPEB funds. We assume that there's no reduction in force. We didn't approve one this year, so we have to assume going forward that we would be consistent. And so what does it look like when I look at the unrestricted side of the budget only, right? Because that's the ultimate and final source of solvency for the organization. Without those use of one-time dollars, we're actually deficit spending $42 million this year. Next year, that number jumps up to 71.8 million. And that's really our number moving forward with inflation added in. So, when we do the adopted budget in May and June, we'll be talking about it in June publicly. That'll include the 23-24 year, and I would expect that year to have a deficit of about $80 million absent massive intervention or new revenues by the state of California. So this is the cliff that we face that's been masked by the use of one-time monies and the fact that we haven't been realigning our staff to match our declining student population. I'm free for any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? I see Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. So the first question is kind of a nerdy question, but I was back in the SACS report and I did want to address the unrestricted multi-year 4,000s and 5,000s, which are books and supplies and services and other operating expenses, which are usually what gets the target of you spend too much, you're wasteful. There are increases in here at the 3.69 and 2.9, like low single digit increases. And because the dollars are big, it looks like millions of dollars, which it is. Can you address what your assumption is in this projection?
That's a great question, and it's very much a budgeting 201 question. It's not for the faint of heart or people who are not familiar with finance. So what you're talking about is when we have, for example, if we assume we're going to spend $1 million in books this year, how much would that same $1 million of books cost us next year? And so we use the Department of Finance's CPI or Consumer Price Index increases for external purchases in the out years. So the State Department of Finance tell us we believe the inflation amount will be X percentage. And so we apply that to each of the out years. So, and since we have to forecast what is known, we assume, absent new direction from the board, that we're going to continue with the operations as they are planned today, and then apply that inflation moving forward. So the same level of purchases next year will cost us that $1 million, for example, more in the books, and another $1 million the next year out because of inflation, not because we're purchasing more.
Thank you. The next one is can you just on average throw it up against the wall, back of the envelope, for every percentage of attendance that we could go up, what that might be worth?
It would be a pretty wild snowball answer. I'd love to plug it into the calculator and come back to you.
Okay, but let's do that because
Sure.
I think that's important. And I didn't mean to ambush you on it, but as I was looking at it, I was just thinking, okay, what is that? Okay. Next is, we have a serious situation, no question. We're in serious condition, but I also don't want to scare people because we're not about to jump off the ledge today. Can you talk about future revenues that may be coming? Anything in the crystal ball or, a cautious concern? Maybe I might put it that way.
Absolutely. The second interim report contains all things currently in law and all things known. So if we're aware of it in the budget office and it's in law, then we use it for both revenues and expenses. But there are proposals both on the revenue and on the expense side that could benefit or cost us more money. One of the rather exciting proposals that was included in the governor's January budget proposal was the idea that we could change the way we calculate our local control funding formula revenue. Currently, the law allows us, because we're only paid for the days students show up or the ADA, we're currently allowed to claim the higher of the current year ADA or the prior year ADA. The proposal in the governor's budget proposal by the Newsom administration included the idea that we could still have those two choices, but there'd be a third option where we could choose the average of the prior 3 years ADA. And since we have been declining so rapidly, we would be able to use vastly larger numbers from the prior 3 years as the average of those as our highest ADA mark. And so that would be quite a boon for the district, about $30 million next year. So when we looked at the deficit next year being 75 million, this closes the gap by about 40%. That is a massive piece of legislation that could really benefit a district like West Contra Costa.
And finally, if you can discuss, since 85% is salary and benefits, and maybe you're saving this for a different meeting, but what's the plan now to address the shortfalls?
So I know one of the questions or one of the commenters from the dais today mentioned the question that came last time about what if we, I think I'm the one who said about shutting down the whole central office, you know, that there's just not enough human beings if we were to collapse all those positions to actually close the gap. So that may have been me, and I'm sorry if it was in bad taste. It was meant to be more hyperbole than an actual suggestion. I'm not suggesting that. At this point, we have closed the window on staffing for next year. So we cannot do a RIF. What we can do is, and hopefully our labor partners will understand the how, the why, and be supportive. What we need to do is take advantage of the retirements that we do have. And you know, unfortunately, there will be people who will go to other districts. And when that happens, to the extent that it's not a direct service provider, I mean, like a special ed teacher on an IEP assignment or a paraprofessional on an IEP assignment or a direct classroom teacher in regular ed. If it's not one of those, if it's not a compliance position or a health and safety position, those are kind of the 3 criteria that we talked about in executive cabinet this week. Then we really need to start talking about when we do have a vacancy within the organization, how can we just allow that to exist until we can come back and talk about staffing again, meaning not refill those positions. And I'm not going to call them non-essential because I don't believe we have a lot of non-essential positions. They're all valuable and important positions, but if we can leave them open, then that will help bring down labor costs through natural attrition because we cannot do cuts other ways to staff. Within that, we're still working on the floors and the things in books and supplies and the contracts. And in fact, because the conversation was so vigorous in the last meeting, I'm putting in the Friday update, the analysis of what's in the other services and other operating expenses, because I think once people see the breakdown on how we spend that, they would not necessarily have the same position on that topic. And so what I have to say is moving forward, the choices are going to get uglier and uglier, and they're going to have to be framed in what is going to be the negative effect to students or staff, because the choices that are left, those are the consequences.
Okay, thank you. That's it. I will have comments though.
Are there any other comments? Clarifying questions? Any other clarifying question? Trustee Phillips?
The recommendation listed in the agenda lists several reasons, therefore. And one of those reasons says, quote, and reflect the board choice not to approve a reduction in force, RIF, across all labor groups as part of the district's fiscal stabilization plan, end quote. How much damage did this board do by not passing those or authorizing those RIFs last week?
Gosh, that question comes with a certain amount of gunpowder behind it. So I'm trying to be very thoughtful in how I respond. When we proposed the reduction in force, we being the executive management team of the district, we were very much taking a risk on a hope and a prayer that the governor's budget proposal for that 3-year average step down would come into law. Because as we talk to people, both in the administration and in the legislature, the conversations have been overtly positive. But until it's signed into law, it's not a done deal. And so our proposal, when we sized the RIF, was assuming that that would happen. It was also assuming we would use the OPEB money and that we would reallocate the ESSER money, which we have still done in the second interim report. So that particular element was about 30% of the cuts that we were trying to achieve, given that we were kind of hoping on a piece of legislation that hasn't been enacted yet. So it was it was not the way I felt good about going, but it was the most humanistic approach to getting toward a budget that would at least allow for continued inflationary growth in revenue, where we could potentially come out the backside without having to do really horrible things. But by taking that off the table, it leaves us with no good alternative options. So how bad? It's going to get pretty ugly. We're going to be left with some ugly choices, really ugly choices.
Did this board cause serious harm to this district by not passing the RIFs?
By not passing the RIFs, we did nothing additional to ameliorate the rate at which we are deficit spending. So that structural deficit slide I showed you would be $50 million instead, or 55 million instead of 75 million, or 60 versus 55 or 75. So it would have been much lower on the structural deficit as a result, which would have bought us time where hopefully, legislative changes, revenue changes could have helped the situation. Now we're burning through cash so fast. And once we exhaust, especially those ESSER dollars and those OPEB dollars, absent some major change in the way we're funded, we are going to have to make, this next year is going to be tough. It's really when we get to the end of next year and we're kind of sitting in a worse position than we are today, that really just scares the heck out of me, because we'll be 4 months until we're out of cash at that point.
So Dr. McIntyre, would that be a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're worse off today than we would have been considerably.
Is there still time? Strike that question. Would it be beneficial to the district to do pay cuts to offset the layoffs that this board should have authorized?
Absent our ability to do the suggested reduction in force, that would be the next natural step, would be negotiated reductions. So
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Please continue.
Well, the negotiated reductions can come in many forms, whether it be cuts in pay, furlough days. There's a lot of options that are out there, but they all have to be negotiated.
Is there still time to negotiate pay cuts in some form to save our district?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Dr. Hurst, is management ready and willing to negotiate with labor to enact pay cuts to offset the layoffs that we failed to authorize to save our district?
I think the conversations that we're having at the cabinet level is everything is on the table, all conversations, but to answer your question, yes.
And Dr. Hurst, I have a couple of more questions. My first question is in regards to CTE, the budget or the money that is left over for the CTE pathways that's currently in the budget. Is it important to our children that we protect those CTE pathways? And is it also important to our long-term finances that we build out that CTE program? And if so, can you please explain why?
Absolutely. So I do say, and just want to reiterate that everything is on the table. However, I will share as well that we're in the process of setting a vision or revisiting our vision, a new vision. I've made it no secret since I've been here about pathways and really aligned to industry sectors, and not just at the high school level, but at the middle and elementary levels as well. I think when you incorporate that type of learning, when you walk into classrooms, students are engaged, they're excited, it's invigorating, it's innovative for our students. You don't see them in the classroom with their heads down on the desk. And those who are doing it in our nation is doing it well. It's tied to the standards and it's rigorous as well. And it's very important for our kids. One, for student engagement, and student engagement ties to attendance, and then attendance ties to graduation rate. So all of that is important for our future vision. It's a big part of our vision.
Dr. Hurst, so you're saying that as we build these programs out, our attendance should go up. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. It's all tied to student engagement.
And as our attendance goes up, our money goes up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the equity audit that you have been conducting, and that has cost some money, and there's some equity audit funds that are sitting in the budget. Why is it important for our students? This is a very similar question. Why is it important for our students that we complete this equity work? And also, why is it important to our finances that we complete this equity work?
So one of the things, I'm not sure if I've shared directly with the board, but all the work from the equity audit ties directly to what's happening now with the strategic planning process, which I'll be talking about in a few minutes. So it's extremely important. So that's going to build out, our future for our kids, our students, our mission, our vision, our core values. So it's extremely important.
And as we build out that vision for our kids through this equity audit, and I know people don't like to talk about kids and put dollar signs on them, but as we build out that vision that you just talked about, how does that affect our attendance? And in turn, how does that affect our finances?
Yeah, so for the attendance, I'll just go back to what I was just sharing, Trustee Phillips. When students are really excited about a compelling vision and the path that we have laid out for them as well, and the graduate level profile, the skills that we're trying to develop for our students, everything plays together for student engagement. There is a lot of research that talks about student engagement. It does tie directly to our kids being excited. They want to be here. They want to learn. They want to interact. So that directly ties to attendance. That directly ties to ADA. That directly ties to our finances as well, and increasing finances, our funding.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. Mr. Christian, if you are ready for a motion, I will gladly make one.
I have questions. President Christian, I have questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Smith-Fall.
Thank you. Dr. McIntyre, do pay cuts with unrepresented staff have to be negotiated?
No.
Thank you. So is management unrepresented staff? For example, let's say our board members, unrepresented staff.
Board member compensation is actually set out in ed code.
But that ed code can be, board members can say, you know what, keep it, or just pay me $1, or they can say what they would like to get compensated. Is that accurate or not?
Board members can take any amount below the maximum compensation allocated in ed code.
Thank you. Dr. Hurst, have you talked to management about them willing to take a pay cut first?
We have talked, like I said, everything is on the table, including pay cuts.
And you've had that conversation with management and district leadership about them taking a pay cut first?
Not necessarily a pay cut first, but we have talked about pay cuts.
Thank you. Dr. McIntyre, how much damage was done by this board, or I'm sorry, not this board, the previous board not going negative in 2019?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. How much damage was done by the previous board not going negative in 2019?
The difficulty in that question is in 2019, there was a mandated fund payment. So that also masked the structural deficit. We had 4 years of mandated refund payment. These are monies where the district had to spend to provide a legally required service on the behalf of students, and then was expecting reimbursement from the state. The state didn't reimburse us for a very, very long time. And then all of a sudden, when the economy started getting better, for 4 years in a row, they gave us these massive payments that, from a budgetary perspective, looked like ongoing dollars, but they masked the growing structural deficit that was being created as long-term compensation increases were being given. It's not a value statement on whether or not they were earned. It's just a mathematical fact. And so, the district was upside down 30. They had a structural deficit of $30 million in 2018-19. So at that point, they were not in a position where they were going to run out of cash within 18 months. So they didn't meet the definition of negative, but there was and should have continued to be a very regular and vigorous conversation about the reality that anytime staffing grew or compensation grew at a rate faster than COLA, that they were widening that deficit. And that's effectively between then and now how we went from 30 to $75 million in our structural deficit.
And you keep using the term mask. When you say mask, you mean, can you give me more of an idea of what you're talking about? Because you said the ESSER funds were masked, right? We got all this money for COVID and then kind of got masked, and now it looked like we had more than we did. It looked like we were in better shape than we really were. Is that what masked means?
So I guess the best personal example I can give is, let's say I make $5,000 a month in my job.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a great month and my company takes care of me and they give me a $5,000 bonus. So now I've got $10,000 in the bank. Well, I can't start then spending $8,000 or $9,000 a month permanently forever, because once I go through that extra $5,000, my regular monthly revenue will go right back to 5,000. It won't be 10 forever. And so as a school district, we have a habit, and there are sayings. We have whole sayings in this industry, like don't spend one-time money on anything that eats or breathes, because it creates this very situation. And so anytime you have these one-time funds, it doesn't mean you can't spend them on people, but you want to make sure the people tied to those funds understand when the funds end, their work ends. But that's not what we've done. What we've done is taken one-time money and hired people permanently, and then kept them on staff even when the money runs out. And so, for example, ESSER is going to run out next year. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of people charged to ESSER, and when those funds run out, they're going to roll right back to the unrestricted general fund because they have rights to a position. They are tenured people.
Thank you for that. And then I think you already hit about on the projections of the funds coming in, but you can't allocate those because those are just, we think we're going to get money, for lack of a better term. But I would like to know something. What is the expected spending on contracts? Is it $79 million?
So that would be both the restricted and unrestricted side of the budget. So when we look at things like what we spend for special education services, for transportation, for utilities, anything that falls into the services and or other operating expenses category, we are spending on both sides of the budget and that is inflated because we're spending COVID dollars. When those COVID dollars are when they're exhausted, the money spent in the books and supplies and services and other operating expenditures will cease. So we will stop buying masks, for example, when the funds run out. Or we will have to source them out of the unrestricted general fund because there won't be COVID dollars left to do that. And so normally what you try to do is when you build these restricted programs, you try to program them according to the funding that you're going to get. Well, these are one-time funding sources that once they're exhausted, they're done. And so if you look, for example, just on the unrestricted side of the budget, you see the services and other operating expenses that we spend for normal operations, and the things that are not normal operations have been allocated over to the restricted side of the budget to the extent they can legally in order to try to preserve cash as long as possible. And that's part of how we've survived so long because of those one-time funding sources.
So let me ask you a question about the committed money. We were talking about the committed funds, and I believe the committed funds are $8 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with the committed funds, those funds could be used to then turn around and pay down the debt upon this board giving you direction. And then with the idea that when money comes, they could then turn around and be put back as committed funds, because we don't have any plans right now to use that $8 million. Is that accurate?
The first part is accurate in that the board has total flexibility in committing, uncommitting, or reallocating those committed funds up until the point they're actually spent. I don't necessarily agree with the second part. They were committed because there's an actual plan for the use of them. So the two uses for the committed, the $8 million is $5.5 million for technology purchases, which are intended to directly support student learning. So they're not just.
And when would that take place? There's a plan. When is that plan supposed to be
There
implemented?
is. The expenditure plan is over the next 2 years, actually.
Starting this year and next year?
Actually, next year and the following year.
Next year and the following year. And then the other part of the 8 million, when are the pathways? When are they supposed to be?
Pathway. And so we're having conversations. I know Mr. Freeze has been working with the program lead in CTE, Dr. Hui. I hope I'm saying that right. In order to, because there's not only some equipment that needs to be purchased, so she's working with our purchasing department to spec out and identify and meet the legal requirements for purchasing the equipment for student use. We were talking about the welding program this last week about building that out, but we also have to do some physical modifications to the facilities. And physical modification from the facilities cannot come from that $2.5 million. It has to come from another place, whether it be the general fund, the bond fund, one of the facilities funds. Mr. Freeze and I are going to have a wrestling match and try to figure out which fund that's coming out of, because it's not coming out of the general fund. And so we're trying to work through how we can support the leading edge, because typically when you set aside monies for CTE, you're supporting the leading edge. And then once there's enough students in the pipeline in that classway, then the revenue from the actual student attendance is what supports the ongoing costs of that program.
And did you give me a date? I'm sorry, I may have been talking when you said it. When is that supposed to happen?
So they're trying to set up for next year.
They're trying to set that up for next year.
So I haven't seen the complete budget breakdown that I could validate that they have intentions to spend the entire $2.5 million next year, but I know they plan to spend a very significant portion of it next year for next year. So that means some of it would be spent this year.
And the 1.6 from the equity audit, have you seen that broken down yet or not yet?
I have not.
Thank you, President Christian. Those are all of my questions right now.
Okay, thank you. Now we need a motion. Trustee Phillip.
I move that we approve the second interim for the 21-22 school year.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Phillips and second.
I second that we approve a negative, we have to do it as a negative second interim.
All right, it's been second by Trustee Reckler, and now comments. We go to comments. Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. I do have some comments. The first one, the first comment is around communication. and building out a communication plan around this issue for the community and the community shareholders. So there needs to be a solid communication plan. You figure out the cadence, you figure out what's in it, but it has to be that it's serious, but there also has to be some esprit de corps that we can do it. We've been here before. Lord knows, some of us who have been around, but you have to inspire confidence as well as, the seriousness and make people believe and want it to get better and believe in it. So there's a number of ways to do that. There could be a budget corner weekly, monthly. We have some new friends now that want to give us some feedback on how reports come forward and maybe how communications come forward. So we should use them and build things that are palatable and the community is able to absorb. It's also important to publish and have an open process around the stabilization plan. And I know some of this is negotiated, but as much as possible, this is how we plan to bring us back. And these are some of the steps, and there probably is going to need to be some community decision-making in that in some way, shape, or form. So those are all ideas that I think need to come forward very quickly. Then on revenue, capital advisors has to start working for us. So they need to pick what the best attendance step down piece of legislation is, and we all as a community have to rally for it. Maybe we pass a resolution after you talk to them, but they have to step up what they're doing for us in terms of what they're doing, how they want us to work with them, and how we can get that working around enrollment and attendance. And also, I think the UPP is really important too, because the governor was great when he gave free lunch and free food to everybody, but all of a sudden there was no incentive to sign up and we might get penalized on that. So those are very important pieces to start to pull this back. Also, internally, we have a director of student recruitment and attendance working on those attendance issues. We do need to get a report on what the plan is. I understand this is a statewide and a nationwide issue of kids just disappearing, but we have a resource here that we should use and tap knowledge and start to figure out what do we need to do here? What are the underlying issues of why kids are, attendance first and then enrollment. I'm more worried about the kids that are coming not so frequently. I'm worried about kids that aren't enrolled, but let's see who we can get to show up. So that is an absolute priority. Also back to communications, we talked about this before, but there really does need to be some thoughts around reviving either a budget committee. We have a couple of different ways of doing that. It could be a board committee. We've got a DBEC, which is a district budget engagement committee. I think that would take longer to get going, but there needs to be some feedback. Maybe Dr. McIntyre does a budget coffee talk and takes questions. There need to be some forums set up ongoing so that people are let into this process and start to understand the intricate pieces. And then finally, for next year, what are the one or two big programs that are really going to give a bump? Virtual school, if you're talking really about 1,000 students or 1,200 students, that's huge. And if that number is really solid and you guys think that that's something that could boost attendance, then go for it. Go for it. Do it. You have to have newness. And if that's the newness, let's make that happen so that we can get students back. Those are all of my comments. Thank you. And more on this topic. Also, thank you for everybody for prioritizing this discussion.
All right, thank you. And Clerk Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Christian. Dr. McIntyre, thank you to you and your staff. I know that you're all working around the clock, as well as Dr. Hurst and your cabinet. obviously this presentation and our deficit is real. And part of it is that obviously we have to take in the current realities. It's built under the assumptions, we won't get additional funding, or we can't put it on the presentation or even on the numbers yet, and that our students won't be back. And that could be a reality. So I agree with my colleague, Trustee Reckler, we have to roll up our sleeves. We have to go knock on legislators' doors. We have to advocate for the changes that we need in the budget from the state and funding. And we also have to knock on doors in our district. We do have students missing. We have to roll up our sleeves. I would love to partner on that. I think that the board could do that. The board could knock on doors, could join the phone bankings, and call our families to find out why they're not coming to school, what's going on there, try to encourage them to go to our virtual academy or to our virtual school, or go or come to their school, depending on their fears. So we have to understand that, but we have to increase our attendance, and we have to continue to advocate from the state. I do believe more funding is coming, but we can't just sit back and just wait. We have to make the calls. I also do agree that we have to come together with our stakeholders to build transparency. If we can bring our parent groups, the LCAP, MDOC, ASAT, CAC, et cetera, with our labor partners, to walk them through the contracts, to walk them through books and supplies, the 4,000s, the 5,000s, and have those hard conversations. We are going to have very hard conversations in the next few months about priorities. We started last week, and it has to continue. And in transparency, we have to bring everybody to the table. This next part is an appeal to my colleagues. Last week wasn't the only time we're going to have a hard conversation. These are going to continue. I didn't agree with appealing the letter to the county because all of this is true. The finances of the district are not in a good place, and we have to roll up our sleeves, like I mentioned. But we also have to come together as a board, try to understand each other a little bit better. I take ownership in part of that. I have to reflect on what's causing our toxicity in this board. But that includes all of us. And we have to start thinking about the fears that we're putting in the community, our social media posts. We have to start thinking about the way we talk to each other, because we ultimately will have to make hard decisions that are going to come from staff. But our community needs to see us united with transparency and communication. So that's my appeal to our board. We have to come together because we're going to continue to have these hard conversations. And sometimes we'll disagree. But part of what the county said is that we're not working as a team. So we must do better. So I just want to thank everybody. I know these are stressful conversations, and I don't want to cause more fear because I also don't want our staff, from our superintendent to our teachers and classified, to leave us because they're worried about our future. It's true. We have a cloud and we have to work on it and fix it. So it's time that we roll up our sleeves and we knock on doors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say, for me, we have a lot to do. I always say that, and we just gotta do what it takes to make it happen. And like going to Sacramento, doing all the necessary footwork. So I'm just ready to do, because I care about these kids, and I want to see these kids have the things they need, these students, because they come first. And so we gotta bring it in here and look at different ways of making it happen. So, yes.
How did we get here? That is a question that many people have been asking. we have got here over decisions or by way of decisions that have been made over multiple years, including decisions that have been made under this board. We did not have to be in this situation. At the first interim, we were told by the county that they would not step in as long as, and the first interim under this board, we were told by the county that they would not step in if we were proactive and made the decisions that we needed to make. We assured the county and our staff assured the county that we would do that. Our staff did their part. They analyzed the data. They crunched the numbers. And then, as they were supposed to, they brought the final product to us for a decision. And we choked. That's why we are here. The letter that was sent to us from the County Office of Education says, quote, 4 reduction in force resolutions were presented to the board on March 9, 2022. It was explained these reductions would bring staffing in line with student enrollment and district needs. As a district with declining enrollment, these actions were necessary to reduce expenditures and conserve resources to support students. The governing board voted to reject 2 reduction in force resolutions equating to 1/3 of the proposal to move toward fiscal solvency. The governing board is demonstrating a pattern of not fulfilling its fiduciary responsibility, end quote. The county is not talking about a previous board. The county is talking about this board. Now we have a decision. Are we really going to lead? Or are we going to continue to be led down a path of destruction? It is time to stop playing politics. It is time to stop making decisions so we can be light. It is time to do business, the people's business. I fully support pay cuts to offset the layoffs that this board should have authorized. And if anybody is upset with me because I support pay cuts, once again, I say to you, we did not have to be here. Thank you for the ability and opportunity to comment.
President Christian, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy, I tried. I sat here, I soaked in what you said, we have to work together. I soaked in what President Christian said, we have to work together. I was receiving it because I think we do have to work together, but I also think that we have to be completely transparent and honest. We move by a majority. The majority of the board is making poor decisions. The majority of the board is making not poor decisions. We have to start looking at what the majority does. When you vote to pay somebody out, or you vote to move things around and give people other positions, and you vote to do all of these things, all of that stuff is not a good decision. It all adds up. When we sit here and we're having conversation after conversation after conversation, it's only done in a small little window that the public's able to hear. That's not politics, that's manipulation. You're not telling everything. You're just telling some of it, just to make it look like what you're saying is okay. If you want to be transparent, be fully transparent. Be fully transparent. You don't have a pattern after a year. 1 year doesn't create a pattern. This is a pattern that's been going way before this board. Listen, I am not above accountability. We are accountable for some of the decisions that we make. And I'll stand up every day and twice on Sunday and say, I'll vote to save these teachers and the staff and keep cuts away from kids. I'll do it every day. The problem I have, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, with the idea of us working together is we don't have an understanding of what together looks like. I would like us to have an understanding of the values of the board. Transparency, honesty, clear communication with one another, and being transparent with the public and not going back and forth and not conflating things to fit our own agenda. If we're not going to post on social media, then we need to say that. If we are going to post on social media, then let it be carte blanche, blank check, everybody get to do it. If we're not going to cut each other down, then let's everybody agree to not to cut each other down, not when it just fits the narrative.
Trustee Smith-Fall?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got to shift gears. I'm sorry.
Well, President Christian, my request would be.
We need to keep our comments to the motion that is at hand.
Then my comments.
Counting your comments, I am saying that your comments, when we are in the comment portion of a motion that we have on the table, the comments that we make need to be about the motion.
I appreciate that, Parliamentarian. My comments, in my opinion, are about the motion because I'm going off of what other colleagues have said. But President Christian, if we're going to ensure that we're all staying on track, but then we all need to stay on track. This is again what I was trying to say. It needs to be for everybody, not just for one or two people. But I will conclude my comments. I will conclude my comments now, but I would like it to be known once again, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, to answer what you said. I have tried. I am complete.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Let's vote. Trustee, yes.
I apologize, President Christian. I just wanted to clarify the motion is that we approve the second interim with a negative certification. Is that correct?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Dr. Hurst, that is the correct, that is the recommendation, correct?
Yes, it is.
We can't hear you, President Christian.
Sorry, I didn't turn my mic on. We're starting off with the student trustees on to the vote. Go ahead, trustee.
Trustee Leon, abstain.
Trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
trustee Phillips,
Aye.
all
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
right. Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith Falls, yes.
and Christian, yes. The motion carries. All right. So now we on to the consent calendar.
That's correct. We are now at item C, business item, the consent items. And Mr. President, if I could remind you, Trustee Smith-Folds had previously wanted to pull something from consent.
May I make that now? May I say what I want to pull now?
Yes.
I would like to pull item C4 in its totality.
Does anyone else have any other items?
Anyone? Anybody has any other? All right, I don't see no other hands. So need a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
President Christian, I move that we adopt the consent calendar with C4. Thank you. Yes.
I second that motion.
All right, so it's been moved by Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy, second by trustee Leon. And so now we go to the vote. Trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
trustee Phillips,
Aye.
clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh, yes.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
and trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and myself is yes. And the consent calendar is adopted. And now we're going to D, the superintendent report of communication.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could bring up the presentation, please. If we can go to, thank you. Next slide. First, we wanted to bring to the board's attention and to the public that's listening about the needs of West County Mandarin School. They're reaching out for additional assistance to help one of their families. The Coe family recently lost their home in San Pablo due to an unexpected fire on Monday, March the 7th. The Coe family has a daughter in the first grade at West County Mandarin School and also a son who's 3.5 years old. And that community has started a GoFundMe page, and we wanted to make sure that we shared that with you so that we can help the Coe family get back on their feet. So please govern yourselves accordingly to that. We also wanted to share an exciting opportunity that initiated the conversation with Senator Skinner's office, and one of her representatives had a conversation with our trustees, and that conversation went to the President Christian and also Trustee Gonzalez Hoy. And there was an opportunity for access to up to $15 million that Senator Skinner's office was sharing with those two trustees. And this $15 million, or up to $15 million, is over a period of 2 years. And really a big part of the platform of Senator Skinner is around social emotional learning and restorative justice and mental health services. And we know that that's an area that we wanted to booster as well in our district. So she did ask us to write a proposal. So behind the scenes, under the direction of our president and clerk, have been working with district office staff, namely LaShante Smith and Martine Blake has been very instrumental, and other people from the central office staff as well. So kudos to all of them. We do have a deadline of tomorrow to get that proposal in. We also want to acknowledge all of our labor union leaders. We wrote a letter of support, again, crafted by the clerk and the president. And I'm happy to say that every labor partner has signed on to that letter of support, especially as it relates to social emotional learning, support for our students, restorative justice, and mental health services. So we're just really excited about that, and excited about the opportunity. It looks like we may have a real chance of having access to those funds, which would really help us and our students especially. So there's some really good news to share there. Next slide. we're really excited about this conversation, and I've shared with some of you just the exciting times that we're having behind the scenes and really focusing on our vision and strategic planning process. I just want to make it known that we know that we have teachers that are working hard, our classified staff and our principals and leaders, everyone throughout our district. Some really great things are happening in our district, but this is really an opportunity to rewrite the script and really look at where we are currently. And I think we've all seen the data. We've talked about the data, where all of our kids are. We've even shared some data with our board and the community around STAR assessment and where we are with percentage of our students who are proficient. And we've shared recent data that overall 40% of our students are proficient in mathematics, which means 60% are not. We also shared from the STAR assessment, 35% are around that are proficient in reading, which means 65% are not. So when you look at this slide, that really shares with you our current reality. But I wanted to acknowledge that we are working hard. Some really great things happening across our system. But we look overall where we are with our students, we have a lot of work to do. This is defined as our current reality. It's not just relegated to academics, but it's from the equity audit, we saw discipline, expulsions, suspensions, chronic absenteeism as well. That's all part of our current reality. So when we talk about and looking to the left of this diagram, the ideal state is where we want to be. And that's what we're going to be talking about over the next few months in this strategic planning process. So what I will share with all of you, and I've shared this before, ideal state is where we want to be. It's not just our vision, but I'll share with you the outcomes of these conversations is we're going to revisit our mission statement. And the mission is our core purpose, why we exist. We're going to define our core values. I've not seen a set of core values since I've been here. And I've shared with you how important that conversation is going to be for all of our community and stakeholders. We're going to define our equity statement and our anti-racist statement as well. We're going to really look at our graduate profile, which is where we want our students to be and our skills we want them to have when they graduate from one of our schools. We're going to define a scorecard so that our public and community stakeholders can constantly know and be aware of our progress with our students in our schools all the time, and then setting organizational goals. So those are all lofty goals from this process, but those are all outcomes, and that gets us to our ideal state, where we want to be. The other part of this diagram is conversations that we're going to have to create the strategic planning process. I shared with you before, I believe at the last board meeting or the board meeting before that I'll be leading this process, all the meetings, but right alongside you, all of our staff. It's not something that can be done by the superintendent alone. It's going to take all of us to make this happen. Once we do the gap analysis, which is really looking at where we currently are, and then where we need to get to, our ideal state, that's the gap analysis. That's the planning, that's the hard work. And then we decide what is the plan, what is the next level of work. And we decide what our high leverage actions are going to be that's going to get us there. Next slide. So I want to take you through a portion of what's happening behind the scenes. And if we can open up rotation 1. So what I did is I took out different slides that the entire community will see when we start meeting with the community. And I'm only going to share about 8 slides just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening at all these meetings. Next slide. So the first, I think you need to understand is that there has been a lot of work behind the scenes. Even though we've not shared that publicly, we do know we want everyone that wants to be involved to be involved. We want our students, our parents, all of our employees, community members, partners, business partners. Everyone has the opportunity to really be part of this process. So when we're done with all those artifacts that I shared at the beginning, we own it. It's our vision, it's our core values, our mission statement. We take ownership in it. But you need to know that there are some teams in place. So I want to share with you that there's been a logistical team in place. And really it's answering that question on the bottom left, what needs to happen to support the strategic planning process. So that logistical team has been involved over more than a month now on some of these issues I'm gonna just share with you. It's not on the slide, but they've been developing a calendar. They've been looking at the family of schools, and I'm gonna talk about the family of schools. They've been creating talking points for all of these meetings and all of these sessions. They've been looking at securing the locations for all the school sites and also getting a list of participants and sending invitations to those participants. Putting information on the website, creating a Google document, an RSVP Google document, so individuals can RSVP for attendance. We've looked at babysitting opportunities, so those families that want to bring their children to these meetings, some will be in person, some will be virtual, that our team, this logistical team, has thought about these processes as well. We've talked about how to collect all of the data, the technology that's going to be needed for all of the sessions, the site setup, the videos, the video recordings as well. And we do know that we want to lead off these sessions with students and really listening to our students. So we have a process in place. We're thinking through who those students are going to be on the panelists where they initiate the conversation, and then we dive into that vision. The logistical team has been working on technology as well and all the needs that we need in the technology area. We've looked at, from the logistical team, who's going to be doing the filming, opt-out forms. We even considered a virtual event as well. And then on the other side, you'll see a guiding coalition. The guiding coalition, and I'll talk about this more on the next slide, is designed to really process information. And the guiding coalition is going to be a cross-section of our community. Next slide. When we think about the strategic planning process, our team, the logistical team, really thought about an equity-centered process, and we really took feedback from the equity audit. We really want to make sure that we have authentic stakeholder involvement, communication, that we really pay attention to equity, access, and achievement as we're going through this process, and that we really look at systems and structures and procedures and processes, and that there's alignment of all of our resources. Next slide. So I mentioned the guiding coalition. I talked to you about the logistical team. That's the people who are working behind the scenes, and they're really talking about how everything's going to come together, and they've been pulling all of this together, and kudos to that team. The guiding coalition is really a cross-section of our community. So we're looking at from our students all the way through community organizations. And as we're going to each family of schools and we're having these conversations and meetings, this guiding coalition is going to take that information, process it, and get the information ready for the next meeting. Next slide. Part of the work that we're going to be doing is the work around the vision, the mission, and then also the scorecard and those other artifacts that I shared at the very beginning. One of the important pieces that we're going to be talking about is with the community is the why. Next slide. I shared that we're going to be inviting students. We want the conversation to initiate with them and then the conversation to go from there. We're developing those questions, but I imagine it'll be questions where we're asking our students, like our student trustees, talk to us about your K through 12 experience. And talk to us about your needs, your desires, and really listen to our students and take that information to those conversations as a community, and then start talking about vision, mission, and those other artifacts. Next slide. There'll be a lot of work with the community around why do we do what we do? And how does what we do help our students become what they want to be? And next slide. This is part of Simon Sinek's work. And he refers to this as the golden circle. And it really focuses on organizations really demonstrating the why or answering the question like why. So that's some of the work that we're going to be doing, but all of this work that we have been putting together is really designed, one, to focus on our students, but really to engage our community in those artifacts or outcomes that I shared at the very beginning. But that's just a little bit. Again, there's a number of slides, but I wanted to give you just an overview of some of the conversations to come. Can you bring back up to the superintendent report, please? And open the feeder pattern. So next, we've been working on the feeder pattern. Initially, we were thinking about trustee areas and going into each trustee area. I shared that with you initially. However, looking at the time that we have now to the end of the school year, we had to think a little bit differently. But what we wanted to do is just scroll up a little bit. So we wanted to just call out the families. And what we did is we started pairing the families, and you'll see that in another slide. But we have the El Cerrito family and all the schools in that family, the Hercules family, Pinot family, scroll down. You can see the Kennedy family, Dianza family. We wanted to call out in that Dianza family, we have Middle College in there as well. Richmond, San Pablo family also. And then let's go out of that and go to the superintendent report. And then guiding coalition letter. And if you can make that a little bit larger. Thank you. So this is a letter that was created again by the logistical team. This letter is explaining the strategic planning process and is going out to those individuals that would like to be part of the guiding coalition. And remember, I said the guiding coalition is the process team. Scroll down a little bit. So you can see what we have here is the families of schools that we paired together. So the El Cerrito and Kennedy family of schools partnered together. We have our meeting dates set. And again, I shared with you, the logistical team is looking at the location and all the logistics around meeting. The first meeting date will be right after the break, the spring break. For El Cerrito Kennedy family of schools, meeting 1 will be April the 14th, and that's when we'll do the work with the student panel. And then the work around our why and other work that we'll do, just starting that conversation on those artifacts. The second meeting will be at Kennedy High School, May the 9th. And then the third iteration with El Cerrito Kennedy Family Schools will be May 23rd at Greenwood Academy. And again, each meeting is designed to continue the conversation with an outcome of having all of those artifacts. Will we need more meetings? We may, but right now we've established 3 meetings with each family of schools. For Pinol's Hercules family of schools, the first meeting is April 1st at Pinol. April the 18th at Pinol High School. The second meeting is May the 10th at Hercules High School. Third meeting is May 24th at Pinol Middle. And then we have the De Anza Richmond Middle College family of schools. The first meeting is April the 20th, De Anza High School. The second meeting, May the 11th at Richmond High School. Third meeting, May 25th at Helms Middle School. Scroll down. And we also have a virtual option. And we wanted to create a virtual option for those who could not make one of the families of schools meeting, or they just wanted to attend virtually. Also want to share, as I said, the logistical team has thought about the recording, so all meetings will be recorded and posted on the website. First meeting for a virtual option will be April 25th. Second meeting for virtual will be May the 12th. The third meeting will be June the 1st. And then also, we've been having the logistical team and the communication team working on where to place all this information so you have access to it. So we have developed a website, www.wccusd.net/strategic plan. And if you can go back to the superintendent report. So before we click on this, I wanted to share with you a video, but I wanted to set the stage about what you are going to hear and what you're going to see. As you watch the video, listen closely to the words that are being shared. And it's really around this concept of moonshot thinking. I'll come back after and share with you why I selected this particular video to share with the board and the community. So if we can play that, turn the volume up a little bit too. We don't have the volume. Can you back it up?
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, you know, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
These aviation pioneers were figuring it out as they went. No one really knew how to build an airplane, right? No one knew how to fly an airplane. It was amazing and crazy and wonderful, and they wanted to explore.
Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there.
There's so many challenges in the world, and you can feel daunted by that, you know, and sort of oppressed by that, or you kind of say, how might we think differently about this?
Everyone else in the world is working on that next 10%. If you can be the one that delivers that 10 times improvement, you have a chance to really change things.
If you want cars to run at 50 miles per gallon, fine, you can retool your car a little bit. But if I tell you it has to run on a gallon of gas for 500 miles, you have to start over.
You need a lot of courage in this work, and you need a lot of persistence. One of the things that's really critical is not only having the courage to keep trying every day or thinking big, even if you don't really 100% believe it's possible, like you might think this might be possible, have the courage to try. That's how the greatest things have happened.
You don't spend your time being bothered that you can't teleport from here to Japan, because there's a part of you that thinks it's impossible. Moonshot thinking is choosing to be bothered by that.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Humanity's progress has been a series of amazing, audacious things, from the very small and personal up to the great, big, and grand. And we are a species of moonshots. And to me, that's like the really amazing, poetic, and inspirational thing.
I think our ambitions are a glass ceiling on what we can accomplish.
When you find your passion, you're unstoppable. You can make amazing things happen. It's been true through all of history.
I believe in the human spirit, and I believe that there are always going to be crazy people who will get out of bed one morning and say, you know what? I think I can build a space elevator, and let's go do it. But I think that if we become afraid to take these great big risks, we stop inspiring people. We stop achieving things. And the biggest nightmare scenario is that we won't have what it takes to solve the really big challenges.
When Kennedy said that we would put a man on the moon, it's about the fact that he said, we don't know how to do this yet, and we're gonna do it anyway. And that sends chills up everybody's spine. Because if that happens, what couldn't we do?
I wanted to bring your attention to a couple of phrases that was shared related to moonshot thinking. One of the phrases that was shared is, if you want to have your car run 50 miles on 1 gallon of gas, sure, you can just retool your car. But if you wanted your car to run 500 miles on 1 gallon of gas, you have to rewrite the script. You have to abandon everything that you've known before and start over, is what was said. Another comment that was shared is, how are we going to think differently about this? So as I think about what I shared with you earlier, and I have shared all along since I've been here, we've really been laying the groundwork about our current reality. And we have serious systemic issues. We're working hard, but we have a lot of issues. And it's not just academics. It's discipline, it's staffing, it's systems in place or that we don't have in place, it's structures, procedures, and protocols. So what we are getting ready to do in this process is we're getting ready to do some moonshot thinking. That's what we're asking us all to do, to think big, moonshot thinking as we come together as a community, and we're thinking about our vision for our students, our mission, our core values. So we're getting ready to engage in this process, and it's exciting because this is the work. This is why you all hired me to be here, to help lead the community through this process. And I understand being here, we've been engaged in mission critical topics as we've shared. But this is what it's about. It's about our kids, and it's about changing the system. And since I've been here 10 months now, I've been engaged in so many conversations where so many individuals and groups are just frustrated. They're frustrated with where their kids are. They're frustrated with the stagnation. And this is our opportunity to do moonshot thinking. So that's what I have for my superintendent report. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. Appreciate the report. And I think we're going to have a student report. Okay. We go to the parliamentarian report, and then after that will be student comments.
Thank you.
We can't hear.
Is that better? There we go. Okay. I was asked to speak to you for just a couple of moments, and I promise to be brief, on why I'm here and what a parliamentarian does. So you had an audit several months ago, and one of the recommendations was that you have a parliamentarian, not just to help you with your parliamentary procedure, but also to help you with your efficiency. So that's why I'm here. I write a report to the board, usually once a month. Sometimes if it's something that we need to talk about right away, I'll do it immediately after a meeting. And the things that I tell the board in my report.
We can't hear.
It keeps going off, sorry. Okay. One of those things is I'm going to mention what we're doing right. And we'll talk about the last report a little bit. Chair's doing an excellent job calling the meetings to order, the public portions of the meeting. And that is so important because we have so many members of the public that are on the line. They're waiting to hear for us, okay? I know that the public has seen a change in procedure for how the board responds and asks questions. And the chair, instead of going to each individual member and asking them, basically taking a poll, if they want to speak, now the members, the trustees, raise their hand and the chair recognizes them. We do that for both the clarifying and technical questions, and then we also do it during the comments after the motion. One of the things that I have been recommending is that the board needs to be more prepared for meetings. Okay? I do not think that there is anyone that would say our meetings are short, sweet, and we're out of here on time. We are not. Okay? Our comments are long, our questions are many, and in many cases, questions can be asked of the presenter prior to the meeting, and they should be. This is not the only place where you do your work. This is where you finalize your work. You're presenting it to the public. You're giving the public the information they need. If you have any last minute questions, you're getting those questions answered, and then you are voting. The most important thing you do in these meetings is you vote. And yet we do not do a lot of that. We do a lot of talking. My biggest recommendation to the board and to President Christian is that we put a time limit on the comments of the board members. We do an excellent job of enforcing the 2-minute time limit on public speaking. Each board member should also have 3 to 5 minutes for their comments. That includes questions, that includes comments. Okay. And then we would move on. I have been asked, one of the things that I have noticed in our meetings is that sometimes we are getting a little bit personal with one another. We're having some personal attacks, some of them very direct, some of them a little bit more indirect. We follow the Brown Act. Okay. Now, the Brown Act says that we must accept criticism of our policies, our procedures, our programs, our services, or our active omissions. What the heck does that mean? It means that we have to accept criticism of what we do and what we do not do as a board. Nobody has the right to attack you personally. This is something we need to stop. And I know tonight we've heard comments. I'm trying to get along. I don't want to surprise you, but there's actually no requirement that you all get along. None whatsoever. You don't need to send each other Christmas cards. There's no singing carols around a Christmas tree. No, you represent a constituency that have vastly different points of view. And we can discuss those and we can debate those without attacking one another. And we will learn how to do that. Okay. My goal is to get us not just doing a little bit better job with our parliamentary procedure, but to make us more efficient. Okay. The last meeting, we were here until 12:30. It is not just us that are here. It is the people that are on the line in the room and on the Zoom that we are holding hostage because we want to hear ourselves speak. So I would ask that the president and the board limit our speaking to 3 to 5 minutes and that we adopt that as a policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Parliamentarian. And now we have student comments.
For student comments, we'll keep it brief as well. We will have our first meeting with the All-Student Congress this Friday, March 18th, with Mr. Tashaka Merriweather, our K-12 coordinator, and Ms. Martine Blake, our Director of Community Engagement, present. And I'll hand off to Angelica.
Thank you. Yeah, on late February, we had sent out an interest form for all students who were interested in being part of the All-Student Congress. And on March 14th, we have closed the form, and all students who filled out the form were automatically accepted in the All-Student Congress, since we believe that having more students involved was super important and powerful. Now we have 4 members from Deanta High School, 5 from Middle College High, 4 from Richmond High, 2 from El Cerrito High, 2 from Pinole Valley High, 2 from Hercules High, 2 from Sylvester Greenwood, 1 from Kennedy High, 6 from Korematsu Middle School, 4 from Pinole Middle School, 3 from Hercules Middle School, 3 from Betty Ray Soskin Middle School, and 3 from Helms Middle School. We congratulate all these students.
And the official announcement for the student report will be on April 13th. And some student engagement activities that we listed were the Saturday, March 19th, Hercules Rotary Club is hosting a engineering and trades career panel for all students and parents of the district who are interested in the STEM career field. This event is advertised to middle and high schoolers in the district. The event will host local entrepreneurs and engineers and will be virtual from 2 to 4 p.m. on that day. So please email my trustee email or Angelica's email, trustee Flores, on the WCCUSD website for sign-up details. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I just want to thank our student trustees for giving the report. And so what I want to do is go back if there's any clarification from the superintendent to the parliamentarian, or you did the student report. Yeah. Go ahead, trustee Reconvene.
So can I just ask a couple of questions? Yes, good. Okay, so for Dr. Hurst, thank you for your report. I was wondering if you might be able to tell us how the guiding coalition is being chosen.
We are really just asking our staff on individuals from a cross section, and we're sending out this letter to all of them to see if they're willing to participate.
Okay, thank you. And then are we going to be able to make comments? I'm like afraid to talk now. The parliamentarian. Okay, so the first comment I would like to make is that I'd like to apologize to you, parliamentarian, and to the community, because a couple of weeks ago I said that I was going to throw something because I couldn't get recognized. So I want to apologize for that. I'm sorry. It's never appropriate to threaten violence. I was a little frustrated that night. So
May I respond?
Yeah.
I did not think that as an actual threat. I absolutely understand the frustration. My partner Lorenzo and I have been to a lot of meetings. We understand that doing something new is hard, and getting recognized is really, really important. If for some reason you don't feel like you're getting recognized to speak, we need to make sure that you are getting recognized, whether you're getting placed in a queue or getting recognized right away. So maybe that doesn't mean that raising your hand in this manner is going to work. It has to be out front. It has to be in any way that the chair or I are going to be able to see that you want to speak. So you owe me no apology whatsoever. I took it in just in frustration.
So I would like to make a suggestion, though, for the chair and the parliamentarian to consider, is that since I'm all the way over here, it is going better, I do want to say, but since I am all the way over here and I seem to never be able to be seen, I would like you to consider a compromise, which is we don't need to call on everybody, but if the chair had an order and maybe just use the order to recognize people, maybe that would be helpful, and we'd know, that we were definitely going to be in the queue. So that is just the only thing I'd like you guys to consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I would just like to give a couple of suggestions, and thank you to the parliamentarian as well. One of the things that I recall when I was chairing the meetings, because it is difficult to see everyone in this line, if we were to curve the tables a little bit, then folks will be able to see the people at the end. I know that would have helped me. I'm sure it would help Trustee Reckler. And it's not much, it's just, curve them at the end. The second thing is, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We used to always get out on time. We really did.
We will start getting out on time.
So one suggestion that I will make, and then I'll leave it alone because the board knows this. If you limit the questions, if you limit the board time to 3 to 5 minutes, the truth is our lovely staff, they will take 3 to 5 minutes just answering one question, and you won't be able to say anything else. What I used to do is ask the board members to limit their questions to 4. And that gave them the opportunity to get their questions out regardless of how long the staff took. So if you did a kind of a hybrid, like 4 questions, and then when it's comment time, then you only get 3 minutes, because that's kind of what I was intuitively doing. It works. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We know how to get out at 10:30 if we stop talking. I'm done.
I love that you said we do not have to reinvent the wheel. I'm not quite sure when the wheel fell off. I'm hoping we can find it because that would be great. It's going to come as a shock to you, but this is your meeting. You do not just need to limit your own time. You can limit the speaker's time. If you tell someone they have 15 minutes to present their report, they need to have enough respect for this board to present the report in 15 minutes. Thank you. I'll go out and look for that wheel now.
All right. Trustee Smith-Fall.
So I have a couple of questions. Dr. Hurst, what are you going to do with the scorecard?
The scorecard will be posted for all to see. So anyone, anytime can go on and see our progress. And that's really what the scorecard is. To have something steady, regular, consistent, so we can report out our progress. And it'll have multiple, and really everybody gets to participate on how that's going to develop. I think Tracy and her department is handling that piece. But my vision is to make sure that our community, business partners, parents, students have access to how we're doing multiple indicators.
And then the QR code, what does that lead to? When you scan on that, where does it go?
That's QR code does not go anywhere. I apologize. That shouldn't be on there.
And then are you going to have ASL certified translators at these meetings in person?
Yes, we did talk about that as well.
And then can people jump from family to family? So if they can't make the Hercules one, but they can make the El Cerrito family, do they jump over or do they wait to go virtual? Do they have to stay within their family boundaries?
Yeah, I did not hear a discussion on that. Can I get back to you on that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And then is there a capacity for the people coming in? I know right now in board meetings, we have 100-person capacity. Is there a capacity at these meetings?
I can get back to you on that as well. I know that we were saying, and we had a conversation about this, that we're looking at, having at least 250 people per meeting, as saying that we did good outreach. But as far as capacity for each meeting, I'll write that question down and we'll get back to you on that as well.
Thank you. And then the final one for you, Dr. Hurst, and then I have some from the Parliamentarian. Dr. Hurst, has there anything that has prevented you from doing any moonshot thinking in this district so far in your 10 months?
Yeah, I could say that I've not really done any moonshot thinking since I've been here. I'm sorry. That's why I started off by saying this is really exciting to engage in this conversation with the team and with the entire community as well.
Thank you so much. Ms. Dunning, you've been a parliamentarian for a long time. Is it common practice to interject during the meeting other than when the board is voting? Or are you doing that in a order of kind of corrective teaching on the spot?
That is corrective teaching on the spot.
Thank you. And you are using, and this board is using Rosenberg's, not Roberts or anything else, correct?
That is correct.
And then are you open to doing a mini training for the board? Has that been discussed? Or is it going to be more of these types of, you come to the board during the superintendent report and then you pour it out? Because what you told us is exactly what was emailed to us, correct?
Oh, what I told you was kind of a summary of what was emailed out in my report. I wasn't aware that it was, you wanted me to actually read my report.
I'm
You
just
already had gotten it, but I
I'm
would
just asking.
absolutely love to do the training. Dr.
Mhm.
Hurst and I have talked about the training along with the president, and it is at this point finding time.
And then are you going to do a summary review at every superintendent report like you did tonight?
That was not my plan. Again, if the board asks for that, or if the superintendent asks for that, I'm happy to do it. I personally do not think it's necessary. That's why I give you a written report.
So you think that just keeping to the written reports for now would be sufficient?
I do,
Thank you very much.
unless
Those are
you would
all-
prefer otherwise.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part, Ms. Dunning.
Unless you would prefer otherwise. And my partner and I welcome, if anyone has any questions, you're welcome to email me and we'll respond as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions right now.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move on to the next item, will be the Williams report.
Yes, tonight we asked the board to accept the Contra Costa County Office of Education second quarterly report for 21-22 Williams settlement. So this is the period between September and December. Our findings were originally brought to the board on February 2nd. Those findings were forwarded to the county. County has approved them, sent them back, and we need to approve it one more time. There were a total of 5 findings, 4 were facilities, and those were resolved. 1 was textbooks and instructions, and that item was resolved.
All right, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions? I don't see any. A motion?
President Christian, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Freeze, you just said that everything that was brought before has been resolved, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
All right, so I'd like to move to a motion. Moved by Clerk DeZalis.
President Christian, I move that we accept the Williams settlement.
All right, can I get a second?
Reckler will second the motion.
Okay, it's been second, and any comments? I don't see any comments over here. All right, we go to the vote. And start with student trustee Leon.
Leon, yes.
All right, trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
Okay, and we go to trustee Phillips.
Aye.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez, yes.
Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
And Christian, yes. And the motion carries. All right. So now. F1. Mhm. And now we go to F1.
Thank you, Mr. President. F1 is an item that's being brought forward by Rhonda Haney, our Title IX officer. She's not able to make it tonight, but it is a revised policy, board policy for married, pregnant, parenting students. We recently had a federal program monitoring review, FPM. During that process, we found that there were things that we should be doing, we weren't doing, so we had to go to the policy, the model policy, and bring back the revisions. There were some things that that she shared with me that we were doing. One, there were some things that we were not doing that we legally have to do. One of the big pieces that we need to do was the parent leave. where it says a pregnant and parenting student is entitled to 8 weeks of parental leave. And then there's several bullets under that piece as well. But she wanted me to relate to all of you. These are things that we legally have to do from this point forward.
President Christian, I have a point of order.
What's your point of order?
We are at 9:53 and we have one item left. Do we need to vote to extend?
We actually have more than one item left, and at 10 p.m., I would be reminding President Christian that we must move the action item, which was the item that was pulled from consent C4 contracts, to be heard immediately.
Is this the proper time to ask for an extension? I've been told, I believe that you said when you get close to 10 o'clock, you need to ask for an extension.
Yes.
May I make that motion now?
Yes.
I motion that we extend the meeting until we finish F2 and the pulled consent item. And Ms. Dunning, can I put G from the rest of the board back on it or no?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I make a motion that we,
Your motion is going to be to complete items F1, F2, C4, and G.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
If this gets a second, I just have a question for the superintendent.
I didn't hear your question.
I didn't, I just said if this gets a second, I had a question for the superintendent, that's all.
So great news, because we started going into discussion with it. That was an automatic second. So we seconded it. I don't make the rules, I just remind you of them.
I went in discussion by
you-
saying if this gets a second.
That's still a discussion.
Okay. Can I revoke my second?
No, it doesn't actually work that way. Sorry.
I feel like I got trapped.
Trustee Reckler.
Is it appropriate for me to put another motion on the floor?
Is it appropriate to?
Put another motion on the floor?
Absolutely.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Without, you're moving to extend the meeting until 10:30?
Yes, time and not content.
So we would just be following the agenda, which would mean that we would in 4 minutes, we would go to the consent items. And everything else would be postponed. Or are you offering a substitute motion to continue following the agenda until we hit 10:30?
That's correct.
Okay.
I second that one too.
Any comments? Any comments?
I have a comment, a very quick one. I would urge my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Phillips, for your second. I would urge my colleagues to say yes to the first motion so we can get through the entire agenda. That's it. Thank you. And I'm not sure if it's the first motion, but my motion to get through the entire agenda. Thank you.
Okay. So now. Take it to vote.
So we are
President
voting on the
Christian, just-
replacement motion first, which would be to continue the meeting until 10:30, following the agenda, and just taking the items in the order they're on the agenda.
So that's the first motion. We need the first.
No, that's the replacement motion. If this motion passes, we would not vote on the first motion. If it fails, we'll go back and vote on the first motion.
Oh, you have to say it. Trustee Leon, no.
Flores, no.
Trustee Philip,
Aye.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Thank you. Gonzalez Ho, no.
Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, no.
and no.
So the replacement motion has failed, and we will go back to the motion to hear items F1, F2, C4, and G with no time limit.
Leon, yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yeah, we forgot to do discussion. So are there any comment?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
The parliamentarian just told us that we are holding everybody hostage. This lady has to drive back to Sacramento. We got other board members or staff members that have to drive all over the place to get home. What we just did is we pulled all of the contracts off of the agenda to discuss, and then said, we're just gonna stay here with no time limit all night. This is disrespectful to the people, and I don't think it's right. This ain't how you run public meetings. I'm done.
I'm sorry, was that a motion to amend?
It is, really, I had a question, and I said that earlier when I got duped into the second. My question was to Dr. Hurst, what agenda items need to be completed this evening? And whatever agenda items Dr. Hurst says need to be completed this evening, I want to make a motion that only those items are completed this evening.
The contracts definitely need to be approved. The revised board policy is just for review and it's coming back next week. The governance handbook item is just an update from Trustee Reckler and Trustee Clerk Gonzalez Hoy. So just the contracts.
Dr. Hurst, do you believe that we should be able to complete those contracts by 10:30?
I can't answer that question, sir. I don't know what questions Trustee Smith Folds has.
My motion is.
If I could interrupt you just for a moment. As we have reached 10:02 p.m., you actually do not need a motion because under our agenda, we are automatically at this point moving item C4 to action item. We need to hear it now.
If I don't make the motion though, do we still have to hear that other motion? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
We're moving right into item C4.
We are going to the contracts.
And who would you like to speak to that, Mr. President?
I pulled it, so I'm waiting to be recognized.
Okay, Trustee Smith Fall.
I pulled C4. Dr. Hurst, I would like someone to walk us through quickly or as lawfully as they want through the contracts and telling us where each contract money is coming from? The bucket.
Thank you, Trustee Smith Folds. The best person to do that would be our interim CBO, Mr. McIntyre. So I'm gonna allow you to talk, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. So looking at the top of page 1, we have the Bay Area Community Resources contract. This is coming out of the After School Safety and Education Grant. So this would be a restricted funding grant in the restricted side of the general fund. Moving down to the top of the second page, we've got the Catholic Charities of East Bay. This is actually split funded between Title I and the Local Control and Accountability, or LCAP program.
And that's not coming out of any, what we need to be looking for is general fund. Is that right, Dr. McIntyre?
So the fund one is general fund, and then we look at the resources. And so, for example, that 3010 is Title I. That would be a restricted general fund expenditure, whereas the third line, the LCAP, would be unrestricted side of the budget. So it needs to be an expenditure that falls within one of our action plan to meet the eight state priorities under the LCAP.
Thank you.
Great. Moving on to the top of page 3, we have actually the PO to process my last payment as a vendor, because we moved me onto the salary schedule like a regular employee. And so this is to clear out, this is to increase the amount to me, and this does come out of the unrestricted general fund as the CBO. The bottom of page 3 is the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. This is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So this is the restricted side of the general fund. Top of page 4, Nichols Strategies. This is coming out of the unrestricted general fund. Playworks for the Community Engagement Terre Hills Grant. This is in the LCAP. This is technically the unrestricted general fund side of the budget, but within the LCAP itself. And then at the top of page 5, you got this item was actually pulled by the superintendent, so we'll bring this back. The reason it's being brought back is because the original quote was lower because it did not include travel. And actually Trustee Reckler challenged us on that and said, why can't we manage the meeting locally ourselves and zoom in school services and save that money? So we're going to bring back have them re-quote it with a lower quote without travel. Looking at the top of page 6, you got the Regents of University of California. This is also an LCAP expenditure, which means it's coming from the unrestricted general fund side of the budget, but within the LCAP itself. And then finally on page 7, we've got the Public Ed Fund, West Coast Chess. This is Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. So that is the restricted side of the general fund. And so if you look at the nifty table at the bottom of page 7, you can see we have $28,950.94 coming out of the unrestricted general fund, $340,000 coming out of the LCAP, and then all of the remaining options with expanded learning, Title I, ACES are restricted. The 91,000 on the LCAP at the bottom there is unrestricted. And then finally, the capital outlay is actually in an entirely different fund, Fund 40. So it doesn't affect our solvency in the general fund.
So what does affect the solvency? The general fund?
When you see Fund 1 resource 000 or any resource that starts with a 0, so the Fund 1 all zeros and the LCAP, those affect our solvency.
Thank you, Dr. McIntyre. And then Dr. Hurst or Dr. McIntyre, I'm not sure which one. There was an email sent out saying that there's going to be a freeze. Would that freeze affect the contracts that we're getting from now on, from this point on, or not?
Yes, ma'am, they would.
And they would affect the funds out of the 00 or the 01 category, correct?
We would look even deeper than that. If we have the ability to make changes in restricted funds because we could take things that are currently in the unrestricted side of the budget and be moved over, then we would be looking to create capacity in other funds as well, where that's legally appropriate.
Thank you. And Dr. McIntyre, do you recommend approving these contracts that are in front of us tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you tell me why?
Well, most of them are outside of the unrestricted general fund. And,
Okay.
and there's for a specific need that had already been committed to prior to us issuing our edict that went out today. And that they would, continuity of services in that regard. But at the end, the three criteria that were set forth that we talked about earlier around compliance, around direct students services to students and health and safety, that's really where we're going to be framing the conversation moving forward.
Thank you. But the three frameworks that you just said, these all fall under that also, correct?
That framework was not published until today. So no,
These don't fall under those frameworks.
well, we didn't analyze them through
You didn't
that.
analyze it to see if it fell under there. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, trustee Reckler.
Thank you. I have one other question on Nichols. Can you talk about what's going on with that?
So the Nichols Strategies contract,
That it's a clean out,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
that it's a clean out,
A clean
That-
out?
that the contract is completed and you're cleaning out the last of the invoices?
It's my understanding that the services have been fully provided. And so, yes, this is to basically pay off the remaining balance and close it out. I haven't been made aware of any plans to extend this contract into future years.
Thank you.
We move to motion.
President Christian, I move that we approve the contracts in C4.
All right, it's been moved by Clerk Gonzalez Hoy. You get a second?
I will second the contracts.
All right, it's a second by trustee Reckler. And now to the vote or comments. Any comments? Go to the vote. Trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
trustee Phillips,
Aye.
trustee Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds abstains.
and Christian, yes. And the motion carries.
And just as a reminder, President Christian, as we have passed 10 p.m. and we dealt with all of our action items, all other items are tabled to another or the following board meeting. And unless you have a motion to extend time, it's time for your.
I would like to make a motion. May I make that motion?
Yes.
I would like to motion that we extend the time to finish the work that was F2 and G.
I'm sorry, was that F2 and G?
Yes, I believe that's all we have. I'm sorry, Dr. Hurst, we may still have F1, correct? I make a motion to finish the work at hand, F1, F2, and G.
Thank you.
Sorry, could we repeat the motion?
I make a motion to finish the work of F1, F2, and G. I urge my colleagues for a second.
I second that motion.
Any comments? All right, we go to the vote.
Leon, yes.
Flores, yes.
Trustee Phillip,
No.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, no.
trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
and yes. And the motion carries.
And we will go back to Dr. Hurst.
So F1, I reviewed that. It is a policy with revisions. The recommendation is that the board just review this and submit any revisions to staff, and then this will come back to the board at the next board meeting for approval. Again, we're only asking for the board to review the recommended revisions. And then staff will bring this back as you're submitting your questions to us for clarifications.
All right, thank you. Comments? Trustee Phillips?
Thank you. Is it possible for staff to do an overview of the changes? And the reason that I'm asking this is because it is a board policy, and I just think it's good to fully actually sunshine a change in board policy. That's why I'm asking.
I can have Ms. Haney do an overview of the policy. She has all the information and context on this, Trustee Phillips. So if you would like, I can have her come back and do an overview.
So this would be really the first reading of the change. And so I was kind of hoping that the first reading would kind of be a reading. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Any more comments? All right. Of two.
Thank you so much, President Christian. I'll get started and then I'll pass it on to my colleague who sits in the committee with me, Trustee Reckler. So the handbook committee is presently developing a timeline. We start kind of slow, but we've been meeting a few times. We are going to draft a document ready for the board to review, hopefully by the end of June. We anticipate 5 to 7 meetings with significant offline work. We plan on meeting monthly through Zoom, and we're of course going to invite the public. The committee will be using the services of Mr. Jim Brown from Leadership Associates and Mr. Harold Freeman, our attorney, to assist us with this work. Funds used to support this work are from restricted revenue source made available to the district from the Hewlett Foundation grant that we have to improve board governance. And we do have an ask for everybody on the board. So I'll pass it on to Trustee Reckler, who leads this committee, will work with me to share some of that. But I just want to say I'm excited to start this work. We're going to be doing quite a bit, but obviously it's very much necessary. And I think Dr. Hurst and Ms. Munoz for also helping us staff this committee and guiding us through the work. Trustee Reckler, I'll pass to you.
Yeah, thank you. I only have just a couple of things to add, which is that there has been a lot of pre-work happening, a lot of thinking, a lot of visioning, a lot of starting to parse out the work into buckets on how it'll fall out, budgeting, frameworks about how to go forward. So we are here tonight just to give you an update and to let you know that things have certainly been going on behind the scenes. We do have a homework assignment, and the homework assignment is that you will receive the current governance handbook from Dr. Hurst or one of his designees. And the homework assignment is to start to look through it and to surface 3 things in the handbook that you think are the most important to start with, and perhaps 2 backups. But don't even worry about the backups. Really, what's the 3 big things that you think that the board needs to work on? And we're also encouraging a long-range view. It's not just this board, it's beyond this board. It's about good governance, but we're all here and we know the community, so that gives us a particular experience and a particular knowledge of what might or might not be appropriate, but to really think beyond yourselves and to think strategically about what this board and this community should be about. So that will come out. I've asked Dr. Hurst to send that out to all of the board members. And anybody who's listening who also wants to look at this document, if you go to the website and you go to the search button and you put in board handbook or governance handbook, it does come up and you can download it and print it and take a look at what is in there yourselves. And is there anything else that I missed, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy?
No, I think that was it. And we talked to President Christian, we're gonna be bringing reports as we do the work, so that you all are aware of the work that we're doing as we go. Our plan is not to bring you a finalized thing at the very end. We wanna have input and feedback as we go. So we'll be probably doing hopefully a monthly report or something similar to all of you. Thank you.
Are there any questions pertaining to the handbook? Okay. Item G. So this right. All right. All right, so we close out with the comments and we'll start with Trustee Phillips.
Thank you very much. What I want to talk about this evening is school safety. I want to start by saying that I do believe in social justice. I do support Black and brown lives without equivocation. But I also want to save Black and brown lives. And if we don't do a serious intervention at our school sites, we are going to lose Black and brown children. Every week, I am receiving a report about a gun incident on campus. It has gone from kids hiding guns on different areas of the campuses or having them in their backpacks to literally pulling them out in the middle of fights. That is only one step away of a child pulling a trigger on another child in a fight. We are flirting with serious injury and death in this district. Now, I know there are some people who are going to be upset at me for saying this, but I fully support reestablishing our relationship with law enforcement to keep our children safe. I also support installing metal detectors at our schools to stop these firearms and knives from getting on our campuses and threatening our students and staff. I understand that there is no foolproof 100% fix for weapons in America that we could at least do at the school board level. But the things that we can do, we should do them because somebody's baby is going to be killed. Now, I know I'm going to catch some heat from saying this, but if we keep listening to the PC police, we are going to be at fault when somebody's baby gets seriously injured or killed. I am asking publicly that we reestablish our relationship with law enforcement and install metal detectors. And I would like to have a discussion, a full, robust discussion at our next board meeting. But I think that action should take place before then, because safety should not wait for the board to meet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we go to Clerk Gonzalez. Oh, students. Trustee Leon.
Oh, we already did the students. So we're at trustee, remember we did the students, we moved them earlier. We're at trustees Gonzalez.
All right, Clerk Gonzalez. Correct.
May I have a point of order, President Christian?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I should have brought this up earlier. I'm not sure that the students understood that that was their board comments. I may be wrong and overstepping, but I think that they were just giving their report and not their board comments. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
President Christian, could you ask the student trustees if that's accurate, that when they were speaking, they were giving their report and not their comments?
Yeah, that was the motion that was made and for them to move and give their report.
The actual motion was made for them to give their comments, and I'm not sure that they understood that was clearly presented.
The
May I
motion
have
was
ruling?
move item G, the student trustees portion of item G, to after item D, and that is what we did.
Yes, ma'am. My question remains, did the students understand that that was time for their board comments and not their student report? That was my question.
Yeah, it was just verified. It was just verified. Yes,
So they did understand that, President Christian.
yes.
Thank you.
Clerk Gonzalez.
No comments. Thank you, President Christian.
Okay, Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. So I wanted to acknowledge in all of this craziness, Women's History Month is like an afterthought. And of course, there is no world history without women's history. We birthed you, nurtured you, we educated you, we did it, we took over countries, we started countries, we have done all these great things, and we've done it all probably bouncing one or two babies on our hip at the same time. One of my favorite things about women and the history of women, though, is that there's this saying, I cannot remember where I heard it from, but really the role of history and the role of women in history has been really very subtle, in that we've been the ones who have turned the head throughout all of history. And that means that we have really influenced men in their decisions. So I've always found that to be very powerful. So I wanted to mention that. And that is my comment for the evening, trying to leave time for everybody else.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, President Christian, I changed my mind. I did want to thank a couple folks. Is it okay if I make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the superintendent, Ms. Martin, LaShanta Smith, Martin Blake, yourself, for the work we've been doing since Friday, trying to get this proposal to Senator Skinner's office for the funding. We've been working obviously day and night. Right now, I was seeing people in the document so that we can get this in for tomorrow. I'm just really thankful for Dr. Hirsch, your staff, for jumping in on this opportunity right away. Hopefully we'll get this funding and it can help us not just close a little bit of the gap, but also continue some of the resources around mental health and restorative justice and supports that we really care about. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to that team and say thank you for doing that work, and to all of our staff. Thank you. That's it, President Christian.
All right, thank you. Trustee Smith-Fall.
So the first thing I want to do is talk about future agenda items. I would like us to talk about the adult education, and then I would like to talk about the older adult funding, a permanent source of funding. It is a small drop in this very big bucket. The second thing I want to talk about is I want to bring back or bring up and bring light to period poverty. It is something that we need to talk about, and we need to talk about in its totality. Also want to bring up the fact that I would encourage the board to agree to a study session about Black students and their experience inside the schools at all levels and everything that we can do, because they are our most marginalized population. Finally, I want to talk to all of the wonderful students who sent out emails after last Wednesday's board meeting. I've tried to reply back to all of you, but I want you to know a story. For me, the easiest way to teach someone is through stories. I used to be an English teacher. I didn't write this, but I found it powerful. It was titled Dogs and Cheetahs. Dogs were put to compete with a cheetah. The goal was to find who was faster. Everyone was surprised that the cheetah didn't move out of its place. They asked the race coordinator what happened. His response after seeing it said, "Sometimes trying to prove that you're the best is an insult. Why do we need to go down to other people's level to make them understand that we are the strongest? Think hard, save your energy for what you deserve. Cheetahs use its speed to hunt, not to prove to dogs that they're faster and stronger. Don't waste your time to prove your value." I think that the students at WCCUSD are cheetahs. I think that they run with a speed that we all need to sit back and say thank you for. The amount of emails that we got in response to the vote on Wednesday showed that we're dealing with cheetahs. These kids are absolutely 100% amazing. And if we did the work of the board, we would always value that and highlight that. I also want to appreciate that they never go down to the level of having to prove that they're right. Simply staying in who they are and standing in who they are every day at our sites shows that they are cheetahs. Those are all of my comments.
All right, thank you, Trustee Smith-Fall. And then we'll close out, by saying, we have a lot to do. We have to continue to work hard on everything we do. And that's when to just go to the safety, because safety was an area that I used to work in, and I am extremely aware of the challenges from a school site, and there's a lot of challenges. And so we have to come together as a district to be able to address a lot of the challenges that our schools are having. And so we gotta put more attention into those areas, because we want every kid to be safe. And every child, when he or she comes to school, is to feel safe and comfortable. But with all the stuff, the recent incidents that has happened so far, and I want to, say to the staff up at El Cerrito High School, with the incident happened there, and the staff at DeAnza, acted appropriately and, was able to, bring control, to the situation. So we have a lot to do. And then as a team, we have to work together as a team and continue to build and continue to build cohesiveness in our community of school. So So we have to continue to push forward and just focus in on our mission and the things we need to do. And that's all I have. And I just want to say to everyone, thank you for your hard work, and thank you for everything that you have done throughout the school year and to where we are now, and it's almost over. And thank you. And we are adjourned.
At what time? At what time?
At 10:34.